Okay, okay. Trixie said she was here. John looks like he's here. Ah, there he is. There's the man. Miss Eddie, Jace. Um, okay, everybody. Okay. So, we have a very important announcement. Our table is complete. We are 6 strong once more. Welcome, John. Lovely to have you. Glad to be a part of our very high level game. Yeah, we're excited to have you. We're excited to have you. And let's get to it. And with that, I'm gonna do a slightly extended recap because boy, is it a fun time around here. Okay, let me just zoom out. Let me just zoom out. Tell you what's going on. Welcome to Prismere, the Palace of Heart's Desire. It has been some time since the Knights of the Scorched Earth discovered the Iron Fae, a race of elves who have metallic-like skin and seem to be the embodiment of the material plane's, uh, shall we say, direction towards technology and investment in the metal concrete world rather than the natural world, one of stories and legends. And we find the Fae in a desperate struggle to continue to keep control of their various lands and domains of light. But unfortunately, the Fae just don't get along. They're too busy with their tricks and traps and politics and silly squabbles, and it stands in the way of all they represent. As the industrial machine of the Iron Fae rolls over the Feywild, it is but Zabilna, the wish-giving independent Fae, alone who stands against the tide alongside her most trusted advisors and warriors, the Knights of the Scorched Earth. You guys have been trying to collect the harmonies, the seasons of the harmonies artifacts that were created when the Feywild was created. They each relate to the various seasons of the land and will and hold the power to bind the Feywild to the will of the wielders. You have searched far and wide at the behest of Zabona for such relics. Jace Silverlong, the party's ranger, had to marry a beautiful god, a oceanid nymph daughter of Poseidon and Aphrodite of Olympus, to secure the Ring of Spring's renewal. The Harmony of Spring belongs to Jace, as does, the most eligible bachelorette of Evoria. Former most eligible bachelorette. Additionally, you also, sometime before that, managed to procure the Mantle of Fallen Leaves, or Trixie did anyway, as you had many dealings with figures of Zabilna's past that showed her her past darkness and her past dealings with dark forces, and were able to overcome that and help find resolution in the darkness and in the mystery of the menagerie carnival of intrigue and darkness. You found such a relic. And here you are, trying to procure the Winter Harmony. You have had dealings with the Prince of Frost, one of the most deadly Archfey in all the Feywild. And for him, you have begun to procure his past lover, the one who turned his heart into such a malicious, capricious, dark thing. One of despair and bitterness. His well, we'll get into all of the lore there, but what we need to know about last session is, in traditional Fey fashion, you guys went through a very convoluted number of steps to try and secure what you're trying to secure. You faced the Everlasting One. Brock was bestowed the power of the Frost Giants. You dealt with the Iron Fae and how they tried to deal with the Prince of Frost's problems by using sort of modern medication, antipsychotics to help quell his overly zealous, overly emotional heart, which you all were like, fuck that, and the Prince of Frost slaughtered them at your place. You guys got into a bit of a scrap with the Prince of Frost. Vivian suggested that he seek out Kronos, the bound greater evil of time, in the realm of KotSE. Some very unfortunate warlocks probably find themselves there now, forever the playthings of the Time Lord. As it was a ploy to buy a little bit of time to make a plan. And but then you decided, hey, why don't we reach out to the Raven Queen directly, considering she was the goddess who allowed the Prince of Frost's beloved to travel through time with her mortal lover to escape the Summer Prince's betrothal and her commitments to him. You all, I think it was Nithroel, the party wizard, who traveled through the astral sea to the Fortress of Memories, had communion with the with the Raven Queen, and it seems that this woman, this Sharea, has appeared and has been summoned hence by Zabelna, and you're all preparing, completely not to their understanding or knowledge. Sharea and her mortal lover, you're planning to hand them over on a silver plate to the Prince of Frost, and hoping that that reconciliation will be enough to help the Prince of Frost move on and release the harmony from its magical hold on his darkness. Him being the embodiment of all things sort of sloth and despair and dark about winter. He seems to embody it, and the harmony is clung to him. So, you guys were having your day. You're having your little your day around the palace. Yes, Vivian?
I gotta change that, sorry. No, I just did want to remind you that there is potentially a plan B that may or may not be in the rafters.
Oh, yep.
Heroes?
We'll say that it's, well, we're actually not going to say it's breakfast just yet, because we want to get everybody in on what's going on. It's the perfect time. So, as you all woke up yesterday, and I believe you were planning to meet with Sharea and her beloved. And as you're in the throne room with Zabelna and begin to start to move towards what that potential second option is, you hear the Court of Storms that you sort of lie in. So as you would look down, indeed there is sort of lightning stoked beneath. But there is a loud castle shaking throom of thunder that almost dares to shake the very foundations of this Fey palace. That surprises even Zabelna, which is odd, as the weather always seems so very related to her mood. And she looks at you all with surprise. She goes, "No, that wasn't me. Who was that? Was that one of you? No? Who did that?"
Not me.
Flash of light blinds you all for but a moment. Zabelna's on her feet. And it all sort of quells for a moment, other than the sort of accentuated brightness of the Court of Storms outside sort of churning. And you would see the ever reliable dwarven, shall we call him, steward of Zabelna, Kilimanzaros, sort of come rushing in. Zabelna says, "What in the hells is happening?" Says, "Your ladyship, you have a visitor, I think, outside. Says he wants to speak to you and your eye." She goes, "Should I be concerned?" Goes, "Well, he put on quite an entrance. That's all I really have for you. But he seems to be coming in peace, maybe?" It's all right. Well, all of you come with me. And she turns around and begins to walk towards the door. You all go with?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she'll throw a little, be ready just in case. There, she's kind of, you see the sort of, maybe those of you who are a mage, maybe there is a sort of like feeling out your fingers before a battle, as the coordination of the ends of your fingers is very important for spellcraft. As you begin to move towards what is happening outside. So I have no way to move you all through the wall, so we're just going to work with it for a second here. You all make your way out to the garden. Indeed, it is quite rainy. Her mood might just meet you know, the mood of the rain right now. But as you all sort of step out onto the balcony, you would see standing in the middle of the courtyard, sort of lightning blazing about, a figure standing in the courtyard. John, would you like to describe your character for us, please?
Yeah. So, um, what you'll see is a 6'2", white-haired, blue-skinned tiefling, horns that curl back right over the back of his head, pointing up slightly. He's adorned in uh, a breastplate with red undergarment, with a nice, shiny, sparkly sword, long sword down to his side.
Fair enough. Oh shit. Let's put some. All right, this is gonna be you. If I could get it, which it's not letting me, but I'm working on it.
Okay.
You see this well-armored, well-armed individual, lightning sort of coursing off from the blade in his hand, the blade itself seeming to be made of lightning, pure lightning. And Zabilna, who coming around to you there, John, as you're standing in the middle of the courtyard, you've arrived at the behest of your patron, being his domain. Of course, you know why you are here, as we have spoken of. But you see the lady of the house presumably exit. She is wearing long archmage robes, gray colors, filigreed with golds and reds all through it. She has long white hair with a black streak through it, and she looks a little more human than an archfey might, but she has that sort of wicked fey presence of her as she enters the courtyard, backed by a number of, I'm not going to say, I'll say equally dangerous and exotic looking individuals, some fey, some not. A werebear, a wizard, a warrior of great prowess, and many others. And as she stands in the courtyard, she says, "Speak your name. You stand in the palace of Heart's Desire."
My lady, my name is Horlick. It is a pleasure
Oleg,
to meet you.
I see. And do you come as friend or do you come as foe?
I come as a friend. I've been asked to come by an interested party to help in this matter that you seek with the Iron Fae.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, okay.
This guy doesn't even have to
What?
fake his accent. It's awesome.
So good at accents. Wow.
Jay Silverlong's accent is not going to work now. It's going to be rubbish.
And I'll have to make you all just make sure. Persuasion is plus. Oh, where am I? +9. So that was 16. Oh my God, I can't even count now. 25.
She looks at you. She says, "Pray tell, who sends you then, warrior?"
My patron, Cord, has sent me along to help in your endeavors. He seems this to be a worthy venture of my time.
The champion of a war god. About bloody time. And at this point, I think the storm will begin to settle as her sort of heightened, prepared for what possible danger, threat could be out here, sort of mixed with the stormy atmosphere, and it begins to quell as her mood sort of seems to calm, and very, very vividly your persuasion seems to be accepting as her very mood affects the weather here, Harlech. Yes, Vivian, you seem like you have something to say.
May I roll maybe a religion check to see if I know who Thor is? I am proficient.
Cord, but
Or are you
yes.
just gonna? Or
Cord.
you said cord? Okay.
Sorry, that will be my English
Are you
accent.
going to give? Are you? I mean, if you're
Sorry.
going to give me, are you going to give it to me? Do I got to roll for
Yeah,
it?
religion. Yeah, roll for it.
17 plus 7, 24.
Yeah, you're good. Cord, the Storm Lord, the god of storms and war, a greater deity in a couple of worlds. He resides in the plane of Yizgard. He is a magnificent and mighty deity who represents war, but in the sense not only war but competition
So
as
he's
well.
like
He's a mighty deity.
Ares.
He would be more like Zeus if you were to put a comparison. Minus like the chief. Like he's not a chief god by any means. He doesn't like sit on the top of any pantheon. He's not the king of gods by any means. But he has that same sort of long flowing beard, lightning bolt in his hand. I think it would be closer to say Zeus than Thor. If we were to go for
Okay,
one.
so then he's also endlessly irresponsible and a huge pain in the ass.
Well, we'll take it lightly because he is his own god. He isn't
Uh-oh.
a one-to-one.
Are you talking
No,
about me or
just
the god? Sorry. I can
he
be
doesn't
both.
have legends of him coming down and sexually abusing women. That's not
That's
not
real.
largely that's not a largely known one. No, I'm kidding. That's not a part of his legend. In fact, the world that he mainly hails from, I'll say with your 25, you would know that from the world where he is majorly worshipped. Him and the other deities of good sealed themselves away from the mortal realm to protect them from the influences of gods and let them steer their own fate. So, but he is a mighty god. They say during a massive war that ensued on his plane, with one strike, he defeated Lolth, the goddess of spiders, in Drow. With a single strike, he pinned her to a mountainside and defeated her for the rest of the war with one mighty strike. A powerful, powerful god.
Well, alrighty then.
With that, Zybilna will step down her steps towards you. Orlick. He says, Well, we'll have to see what your skill level is, won't we?
If you feel the need to test the champion, then yes. So be it.
She's your boldness makes her smile very clearly. She sort of cocks a grin at your confidence in yourself that seems to rub her the right way. She goes, "Well, tell me, what would you say the most mighty beast you've slain is, or monster, any at all, for that matter?"
To be honest, my lady, there's most probably too many to count. I've served my lord for decades, so please, if you feel the need to test, put something in front and let's see how we go.
Jace is looking at Tamlin and Brock and Vivian with a grin on his face. He's like, "Hey man."
She goes,
Just let him pick one of us and fight one of us.
Isn't this
Vivian's
your
like,
this your big thing?
Yeah, you see Zybilna, she has a hard time hiding her enthusiasm for your boldness, Holric. And she'll say, "Very well, let's see what you're made of." Brock.
There's a mage hand with wine.
Yeah.
Yes.
Would you like to test this champion of war?
Absolutely.
Very well. Stormlord has his champion, I have mine. Let's see what you are made of. And she will step back and look at like some of the goblins nearby, and she says, popcorn, yes, please. And they go, "Oh, yes. And they'll run off, and they'll quickly bring out they'll bring out some popcorn, some charcuterie, and some wine for the Knights of the Scorched Earth. Harlick, well, actually, Brock, why don't you describe what you look like as you like step down the steps in all of your furry menace?
Oh yeah, it is a big 7 foot tall, red-haired werebear. Not too much to say about him. Probably covered in scars and cuts and nicks, where the fur is presumably grown back over. But yeah.
Yes, a bipedal
meanest
walking
werebear.
tank bear. is what
the
you're
meanest,
facing.
Yeah. You see the meanest, most battle-tested werebear you have ever seen in all your days approach you. Let's get it on! If there's nothing else, roll initiative.
20 for me.
Ooh.
26.
26. All right, you guys, unless there's words that you would like to share, you guys step up to each other. Maybe there's that like 4 or 5 second just like staring down each other. And between great warriors, words not be shared, but steel to make a proper conversation true. And in that moment, with lightning speed, the werebear Brock lunges forth. What do you do, Brock?
I rage.
You go into an immediate barbaric rage. Go ahead and roll all your magic dice. It's pretty cool.
With the music too. Oh my god. The fucking scene is set, dude.
6.
I like that was like a full beginning of Troy.
Yes.
Where, like, Horlick steps up, was like, "Send me your champion." Is there no one else? And she's like, "Brock." Steps forward. Oh fuck, I'm into it.
All right. As I charge forward, shadowy tendrils will lash out around me, and each creature of my choice I can see within 30 feet has to make a con save.
All right, con save to you, Horlick.
DC 18.
Sorry, what save? Sorry.
Constitution.
16.
Ooh, just fails. You take 11 necrotic damage as a shadowy tendril lashes out from me.
How'd you do on your d20?
I got an 11.
Oh man, we'll never get any.
That one, it's
Oh,
got to be out of
man.
combat.
Yeah.
And then I'll also get 6 temporary hit points.
Nice.
And yeah, I'll just run up to you and do bear stuff.
Bear
Do
bear
what
stuff.
do.
Yeah.
I'll do bear shit.
I'll take a couple claw swipes.
All right, claw swipe away.
At advantage, I'll attack recklessly. That's fine. That's my whole deal.
Yeah, fair enough.
We got a 16 and a 20.
Uh,
What was that?
20 hits, 16 doesn't.
Okay. That'll be 98. $12. 19 plus 4. 23 slashing damage.
23 slashing damage. So you would see Horlick wielding indeed this blade of lightning in one hand, the hilt of a longsword, but the blade is made of lightning. And in the other hand, he has it almost looks like a rod or a small scepter of some kind that's jagged like lightning. And as you lunge forth, the tendril gets him, but as you swipe, he quickly brings one of his bracers up. Your claw slashes against hard magic metal, but the other one manages to catch him good. Is there anything else, Brock?
I should have a second attack, right?
Yeah, he rolled with it advantage. That's why I said 16 and 20.
Oh, 16 and okay, I got you.
Oh yeah,
Go
yeah.
for it.
Sorry.
I thought those were the totals of both your attacks. Go ahead.
Yeah, I thought, sorry, yeah.
19.
Miss it.
Oh,
Ooh. Suddenly want Little Caesars. It's a pizza.
6 plus 7, 13 plus 4.
Yeah.
17 slashing. And that's my turn.
All right, fantastic. 2 claws catch you, Harlech. This is no meek creature, and perhaps it incites you because it's been some time since you've met a warrior of even near challenge to your power. What do you do?
So I'll draw my blade,
All
and
right.
as he is very close, I will attack with that.
Go for it.
So 21.
That hits.
So that will be.
You have advantage also, Horlick.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's true. You have advantage. You can attack recklessly.
Okay, well, my other one was a 19. Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay, does it? No, so that was 29 to hit. Sorry.
Yeah, that hits. What was the damage on the first one?
So 20 on the first one.
This is lightning.
No, just normal slashing.
All right, that'll be
This is-
halved because I'm raging.
If this is with your Thunder Hilt, it would be lightning.
Oh, right. Okay. So sorry. Yeah,
All
lightning.
right, then.
Ooh.
Good stuff.
Yeah, all damage done by the Thunder Hilt or lightning.
All right. And then second one is 29 again.
29 damage.
Oh,
No, that was 29 to hit, bro.
oh,
Oh,
okay,
yeah,
good.
yeah.
I was
Okay,
like,
okay.
I was like, God damn. Youch.
Unfortunately, that was only a 10.
10 damage.
Yeah. And then think
Actually-
for
Here, can I use my reaction?
Well, hold up a second. I think yes, but give it a moment. I think Harlech has something.
Oh, yeah.
Or did you have a plan there, Harlech? Something to add on to
yeah,
the
no,
attack?
so I can't do that. I don't think so. It's not one of my bonus actions. But yeah, no, that's it.
Okay, so yeah, go ahead, Brock.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my reaction to unstable backlash to reroll on my wild magic table.
Mm.
Understood. Go for it.
Ooh, double sixes, so I can pick any of them if I'm not mistaken.
I
Sorry,
think so. Yeah, that
I
sounds right.
apologize. I did have a bonus action, but I'd only just seen it, and that was. Am I still able to do it or not?
You still can. But my reaction will happen when I take damage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
So
That's fine.
you'll still have.
Okay.
All right, let's go with 2. Okay. I'll. When you hit me with the second one, I'll teleport behind you.
All right, the second one happens. The black tendrils shoot right back into Brock, and he almost like implodes with them, and then sort of reincorporates right behind you. But you do still. This is still your turn, so go ahead if you have a bonus action.
And then I'll bonus action Hexblade Curse.
All right, with that, a little almost like Tesla coil lightning seems to emit from the blade, and then it sort of like taps in. It's lightning. It's too fast to even do anything about. And it touches you, Brock, and then sort of swirls intricately across your chest into this strange runic glyph that is magical and unidentifiable to you.
I don't know what this is. It's unidentifiable.
Crazy that unidentifiable thing on me. Okay, is there anything else for your turn there, Harlech?
No, I'm going to stay where I am as well.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Werebear, Brock, it's your turn. What do you do?
All right, I am going to use my bonus action to invoke my Eldritch Maw.
All right.
From my Eldritch Claw tattoo. As a bonus
Hell
action,
yeah.
I can empower the tattoo for 1 minute. For the duration, each of your melee attacks with a weapon or unarmed strike can reach a target up to 15 feet as inky tendrils launch toward a target. It also does a d6 of force damage.
Got it.
So I get all goopy.
Yeah, you see that these tats, they weren't really visible until that moment where suddenly light sort of pours out from underneath the fur and long tendril-like clawed arms appear, extending the reach of his arms.
And I'm gonna keep doing what I was doing.
Iron if.
I'll attack recklessly again.
Go for it.
Brock has got to be the most interesting barbarian I've ever seen in D&D.
He's the most magical barbarian you've ever seen, that's for sure.
Yeah.
This is a magic party. You will not see a person without magic in this party. It's not allowed.
Does that mean I can't be a champion? A champion
No.
fighter?
No, fuck off.
Sorry.
Even the goblins know at least one cantrip is a requirement.
I rolled 30.
Okay.
My hit.
Possible. It's entirely possible.
Oh wait, I get a d6 I can add to this. Ooh. Hold on, 16. 23. 27 slashing damage and 1 force damage.
Ooh.
I rolled double eights.
Double eights.
Alright, second claw.
Go for it.
That one is 21 to hit.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Got it. Are you backed off at all, Brock, to utilize your reach? Are you like...
Not yet,
Okay. Just wanted to make sure I got you in the right
but I
spot.
can be.
Understood. Keep in mind, Harlech, for all of these attacks, you do have armor X's, as a reminder.
Yeah, I'm just about to roll it now. As
Okay.
a reaction. I got a 4. No.
No, that's it. 4 or higher.
Oh, is it 4?
Yep.
Yeah.
So on this particular attack, Brock, you slash him once and the other one comes in, and then another sort of crack of lightning off of his sword sort of shoots up in front of him and creates almost like a Doctor Strange shield in front of him made of sort of like Tesla lightning, and your strike just bounces right off of it as it sort of hexes your attack, and it doesn't work.
Ah,
Armor of hexes block this strike.
Oh, shit.
fancy. All
This
right.
battle is heating up.
Those are my 2 attacks.
I will say I'm probably going to help out Horlick a little bit if you want Horlick,
Yeah.
because
No,
jumping
but yeah,
into
no, it's
17 is a little. Okay, cool. Jumping into 17 can be a little. It's a curve.
Yeah,
It's a heavy curve.
100%.
Okay.
Is there anything else, Brock?
Nope. Those are my 2 attacks. Use my bonus action. That's it for
Fair
me.
enough. All right, Harlick. It is your turn. The sky sort of crackles up above. You feel the presence of your patron looking down on you in this fight. What do you do?
Okay, so while he's stood right in front of me, I will use a shocking grasp, which is 20 to hit.
Mm.
Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay.
He puts his hand on your face and lightning seizes down your body.
20 points of damage there.
Lightning damage.
Yep.
All right.
And you are feeling a little on your body, Brock, and your reaction is spent. No opportunity attack for you.
And then I will again hit you with my blade.
Can you take an attack after casting a spell? Because a cantrip is count as a cast a spell action.
I've got 2 actions.
You get 2
Attack.
attacks, but only,
Two
but
attacks.
only.
No, sorry, Dan, I read that wrong. Okay.
Yeah, no worries. So that would count as your action to cast a cantrip. Is there a reaction? Or excuse me, a bonus action. I don't know why I said reaction.
Yes, as a bonus action, I will use a branding smite then. No, I can't do that because I didn't hit with. That won't work with.
Yeah, on your next attack, it will apply all of the effects of the smite. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Horlick puts his hand on your face, Brock. Steven Jr. kind of have just like a second of like where your muscles are seized up. Horlick raises his lightning blade to the sky. There's a bolt of lightning of pure radiance fires down into Horlick's sword, and it glows with a permeating radiant light.
Oh, that's
like the
cool.
lightning of Zeus himself. Or the Stormlord himself, I should say.
I love that Horlick didn't even have to turn around. Dude teleported behind him, and Horlick just said,
"Yeah, exactly." Yeah, got attacked in the back. Well, he got struck in the back, and then put his hand up, and the second strike just bounces off of like an arcane rune, and then as he reaches through the rune and grabs Brock by the head, and all the lightning from the Tesla rune shoots up his hand and into Brock, raises his sword and calls lightning down to prepare his next strike.
Fucking metal, dude.
Yeah, everybody's up on the top of the ridge like, whoa.
Pass the white.
Bye. Yeah, everyone over there is like, whoa, oh! Everyone's just like,
oh yeah, Nithroel and Vivian are just like, oh yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that's incredible. The goblins are like, yeah, I honestly think Zabilna's court probably has come out to see the spectacle as well. So in the course of the battle, Horlick, and I gotta say, your patron is a god of competition and sort of, I don't want to say sportsmanship, but like that gladiatorial, like sport competition spirit is very much a part of your patron's domain. And you look up and you see like a court, an Arc-Phase court has sort of gathered knights, champions, generals, dignitaries, diplomats from faraway lands, or have all gathered to sort of watch the spectacle and seem to be in great amusement of your power. If that is all, that'll bring us to Brock. Brock, you sort of force your muscles to work again. It is your turn. What do you do?
I am going to use my bonus action to teleport 15 feet back.
Fair enough.
Well, I guess 10 feet back if...
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I can go into there.
Yeah, you teleport back into the ring, the teleportation ring.
Just kind of get some space. Like singed smoke's coming off of me. Kind of look him up and down.
If he, oh no, he's teleported. It's fine. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'll beat my chest and roar and take another couple slashes at range.
Incredible.
Recklessly again, of course.
Of course.
What are we even doing here? 31.
Yep.
I have a plus 13. I can't help it.
It is what it is, isn't it?
I don't remember who that is. Who am I missing? I need a Vivian.
Okay, that's 25 slashing and 4 force.
That's who these people are. Okay, go. Yeah, good job. God damn.
I will. I'm going to use my reaction on there and use Hellish Rebuke on there.
Fair enough.
That's a dex save, please.
Yes.
You will have advantage. You do see this coming.
I sense danger.
Danger. Anything
Um,
but danger.
19.
Yeah, that's safe.
Oh, do I still take
So you'll
half?
take, yeah, I'll take half.
So, 2D. What's that? 2D.
Half of 1,000.
Yeah.
That'll be.
I die?
Oh man, I die outright.
Sorry, I'm just having a look. 2D, 1D10. Sorry. Damn that.
Where are you pulling legs?
Thinking half. Hold on. So 7 on that.
All right. 7 fire. Lightning. Is it lightning? It doesn't
This one's
matter.
fire. This one is
Okay.
fire.
It's all
Yeah.
the same to me.
Yeah, Brock, you're like, fuck. This guy is just not using anything that you're resilient to, I'm afraid.
Oh, I have another attack.
Yeah.
Oh, lucky me. 24.
Yeah.
Lucky me.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I was volunteered for this. Right. 9 plus 11, 20. 20 slashing and 2 force.
Let me know when any of you are bloody, by the way, just to put out there.
Yeah, you just say the word and Ryan will blow me up like that.
Yeah, he's actually waiting on the opportunity to
Juggernaut's
kill
gonna
Brock.
come through and rip me apart
Just
like
in
Deadpool.
that moment, a
Oh, like
sniper
Deadpool?
goes off.
Okay then, so I'm just gonna. You see, what are you 15 away from me? Is that correct? Did you move?
I think we said 15, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just move right up in front of him then. Please.
Alright, he charges you, blade in
Oh,
hand.
he's coming at me.
I'll use my
Me.
long blade. So that's 29 to hit.
That hits.
So,
The blade seems to cut the very air as it comes down upon you in all of its lightning power.
I've forgotten what that was. Standing smite. Sorry, one sec.
You're doing damage.
2d6, yeah, sorry.
So yeah,
I'm
you
just
got.
making sure I've got all my dice, that's all.
Oh, I see. Gotcha.
Kill me. Do it now.
Come on, kill me. What are you doing?
Fortunately, that was
Oh.
only 14 damage on that.
14. I take that. Lightning. Correct.
Yep.
All right.
No, sorry. It would have been 6 radiant, and the rest is lightning.
Oh, that's
Same thing to
true.
me.
That's true, because you got the branding smite up.
Yeah.
So let's check out what happens there, because I know there's something you gotta save from.
No, it's not save it. On the branding one, I think it's.
Oh
only
yeah,
if he's
that's true. That's
invisible.
true.
When you
So
hit with
as
your attack.
his blade comes down on you, on top of this one sort of lightning rune you have pressed into your chest, this sort of hex he's placed on you. As the blade carves down on your shoulder, the lightning sort of congeals and connects with itself into a completely separate and different shaped rune that sort of brands across you and glows. So you're like hexed and branded at this point.
You're his.
Oh, I forgot
Yeah,
to
he's
do my extra d6
lame.
for it. Sorry.
Hit me with it.
Another 6 on that, sorry. I forgot the X on that.
Talk about killing somebody with kindness. Jesus.
Yeah, I know you guys are like, I'm so sorry. Oh my god, I did some damage. I didn't mean to. My apologies. It's just like the most.
I'm sorry.
Like everybody up there is going, oh, but in the ring, they're very polite.
Yeah, definitely. So his second attack will be 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
Okay, so
Thing, you should do the thing. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna. So, as your blade's coming down on Brock, you hear sort of the words of your patron whisper in your ear and says, "What are you waiting for, Horlick? Show them your might. Smite this bear with all your worth."
So it will be 15 points of lightning, 8 points of radiance. Another 4 of lightning.
I will say the branding smite, I think, it's a one-shot deal. It's not consistent.
Okay.
Yeah. The brand is, but the damage is.
Right. Okay. All right, so take off 4 from that. So
Total of 23.
Yeah.
I take that. You have me bloodied now, but that's okay.
Do you do it? Do you do it? Do you do the big smite, Harlick? Do you do it?
Yeah, do you do it?
I would do as normal. Yeah, I'd go for it. It wouldn't. I would take the swipe and go for it.
Okay. So you're to do your big smite.
Your god has commanded.
That's true. So as his blade comes down on you on the side, and as it hits you bloody, there's almost this moment where time stops for you, Horlick, and you hear, or you sort of like look past Brock, and you see in the stormy sky the imposing, massive, muscular figure, and he says, "What are you waiting for? Smite the bear and show them your worth." And in that moment, you power forth the power of your patron into your blade, and an Eldritch Smite blasts off with one of your spell slots. Which means Brock, with no save, is thrown prone. And you are going to do... let's see, you're using a... So that'll be 5d8 additional force damage, I believe.
Got 5d8.
Do I just straight up get struck with lightning?
Yeah, I think as his blade's coming down, a bolt of lightning like sort of catches up with his swing and sort of channels into the blade the moment the blade touches you, and it just explodes across you. You are thrown off of your feet.
22
additional, 22 additional lightning damage.
Damn. Get out.
And in this moment, Zavelna will put up her hand. And I think the whole crowd goes, "Oh!" And then Zavelna puts up her hand, and in a booming voice that echoes across the courtyard, she says, "Enough! Enough! This new champion indeed has proven his valor."
I stand up as quick as I can.
You pull yourself to your feet.
I'll walk over and help him up.
He offers you the gauntlet, Truce Brock.
I look at it for a second.
There.
All right, I'll take it.
Fucking thunder cracks and the birds fly out of the trees, and Arnold Schwarzenegger gets a little tingle somewhere, and you pull him to his feet, Harlick, and the crowd. "Oh yes, quite music indeed! Oh yeah, hoorah, incredible! Hoorah! Yes, encore! Yeah!" People are sort of applauding. Some of them very politely, some much more amusedly. Zavelna says, "Let it be known, the warrior Harlick is welcome here in the Palace of Heart's Desire. Sent by the Storm Lord, his valor has proven his words. I would toast to him this evening. So step forth."
Thank you, my lady. And I'll walk up the stairs.
All right. With that, she'll sort of walk up the steps you go to, Brock,
Yeah.
and she'll kind of stop it there. She says, "But it is not entirely up to me. I was not the one who fought. Brock, you fought this champion. We saw it, but you fought him. Is he worthy to sit at my table?"
This one is worthy.
Well, you heard him. It shall be a feast this night. And everyone's sort of, yoo-hoo! The goblins are like, by the tube, and they all run off to go start working, to start putting things together. But yes, you're sort of welcomed into the palace, Horlick, a beautiful, opulent palace, the very entry hall. As you leave the daytime behind, the doors close, you look out the windows and see a beautiful starry night outside. You walk through halls with very strange reliefs and artwork of fae and demons in horrific scenes of both brutality and lust. You move through crazy marble hallways, gilded and gorgeous. A place resplendent like none you've ever seen before. And with that, you guys will all find your way to sort of the main feast hall, and a feast will be had this afternoon to celebrate the coming of this strange new champion that requires some how do we put it, some getting to know of him, I suppose. That's all there is really to say.
Orientation.
Yeah, I guess so. Orientation. All of you clear out. They go, nah. They all run away to go to the end of the table. You guys will see the little fairy goblin Nim go, that was really strange and exciting. I think I like him a lot. And the bullywugs are like, oh, indeed. And you guys will all sort of settle into a big old feast. Who would like to sit where at the table? Of course, Zabilna's at the end.
Jace will sit next to his wife.
Fair enough. Probably a good move.
Yeah. Happy wife, happy life.
Indeed.
Trixie sits as far away from Jace as she can. Naturally.
Yeah, between like loving like gestures to my wife, like if Trixie is like on the other side, I'll just like give her like a fucking side eye. Just talking under my breath.
Jace, why are you being, what, you seem so, I don't know, are you and Trixie going through a thing?
Darling, she's out to get me. There is no other alternative. She's
really?
conspiring. She is conspiring with the enemy.
With the enemy?
Don't ask me who the enemy is. I don't really know, but...
You mean the Iron Fae?
No, not them, but
okay.
Definitely someone.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. I think Horlick, being sort of the guest of honor of this particular feast, is invited to sit at Zabilna's left. I imagine Trixie is at her right, trying to sit as far away from Jace as possible. Where is anybody else?
I'll sit next to Horlick.
Fair enough. Why don't you describe what you look like, Tamlin, as you pull up the seat right next to Horlick?
Sure. So Tamlin joins the group, and he's a human man, devastatingly handsome, beautiful dove gray eyes, and that kind of look on his face most of the time.
I've seen the pictures, and yes, you're right. Devilishly handsome, I'm sure.
Blue steel.
He is a
They called him that in high school.
You know
he
they
has
did.
a beautiful and meticulously upheld armor, magic shield, and whatnot. He's very much he spent a lot of time as a knight, I guess a primary knight in the court of Titania, and looks very much the part. He's very well dressed, carries himself very well, and is very aware of his own presence.
So Yeah. So Horlick, you see, maybe you have at least a basic understanding of like the difference between Sele and Unsele. And the Sele are they're sort of they're very beautiful and they know of it and they show it off and they're almost a little cold about it. And you see that in Tamlin where he very much like gets how hot he is and isn't scared to sort of show it off a little bit. And he has that blue steel look wherever he goes. And yeah, he pulls up a seat next to you. This opulent summer night is what he appears to be. Who else is sitting at the table? And where is it?
Yeah, I'll walk in and instantly clock that Horlick's sitting in my seat. And I'll shatter like a glass in my hand. Here, I'll sit next to Trixie.
Begrudgingly pull up a seat next to Trixie and sit down, arms crossed. Who else? Who else we got? We got Vivian.
Vivian's gonna go sit by Rhodos and Jace.
Fair enough. And lastly, where's Nithroel sitting?
I always forget I play 2 fucking characters in this game because you made me.
Well, we changed that.
No. It's kind of fun. A lot of
No,
opportunities.
you don't seem to want to do it. It's
No.
Trixie,
It's your fault for getting stuck in a gem.
Jace.
No.
Not again.
Not like this.
Easy fix.
But Nithroel will sit probably next to Brock or across from Vivian.
Yeah.
Well, we'll move
And no, that's
everybody.
perfect because that way we can
We can gossip.
interact in the middle there. That's
Right.
great.
Spill the tea, as it were.
Exactly.
Yes, girl.
Yes, girl.
Yes.
Incredible. You all sit down. The waiting service is indeed the trolleys and teapots and whatnots with them, as they all are animated. The trolleys come whizzing down each side, and the glasses sort of pour themselves as the pitchers sort of stand themselves up and pour themselves and present themselves next to your plates. And it is this is very like, dinner play underneath sort of a setting plate with a side bread plate and at least 4 different types of forks. And it's fully that scene. Very, very high falutin royal almost. And the hall is filled with the sound of some strange instrument. It's you don't even know how to identify. You don't even know if it's a string instrument or a wood instrument, but it's beautiful as it just sort of plays along throughout the hall to everybody's delight and joy. People speak. You're sitting at the main table, but many have sort of not the status to sit at the main table as Zabilna and sit at the back. Indeed, being the guest of honor, you sit right at her right, which is quite nice. Zabilna says, "It's very interesting to have you in our hall. Would you like to be introduced to my most important of champions?"
Certainly.
Well,
Please.
certainly, of course, you have met my master of all things that will fall, Brock Meadowbrook, the mightiest of my champions.
I'll just look over at Brock and nod in a respectful way, knowing that he put up a very good fight.
He nods back. Like has to force it.
Yeah.
He says, "And surely you have met, he is of course the most veteran of my champions, along with, of course, Trisuin, the master of all things that grow. Trixie, would you like to describe what your character looks like to Conrad?"
I mean, at
Or
this point, she
Horlick.
really just looks like a fucking druid. But yeah, she's an elf. She's got red hair. She's got a gold circlet with the antlers. She's probably wearing like a dark red dress, and then she's got a mantle of leaves that maybe give like a Doctor Strange. It's kind of got a mind of its own feel to it. Yeah.
Incredible. So you see this very, very Keyleth adjacent druid sitting at the table across from you. Very, very definitely a presentation in all of her wear and garb. And says, "This is Trixie. Who else do we have? This is Tamlin over here, who is a paladin of vengeance. who has seemingly held to his name till now.
Well, hello there. Nice to meet you.
Talon. Hello.
Used to be a blink dog here, but I fixed him.
That is true. I was at one point a blink dog. No longer, though. Let's move on from that.
And indeed, the true question is he a blink dog turned into a paladin, or a paladin turned back into what he is? But we will never know, I'm sure. Well, I know, but anyway. Who else do we have? Yes, let's move down the table, why don't we? Oh, and of course, the beautiful and certainly, well, requires not too much introduction. The Dreamweaver Vivian of Valoria and the Spring Court herself sits at my table. Vivian, would you like to describe what your character looks like?
So, Vivian has, like, she's fey as fuck. There's no other way to put it. Like, you look in her direction and it's fey. She's currently the general bone structure, etc., is like that, but that's when she's spring and she's been winter lately. So her hair is actually, we've been at the winter port, so her hair is actually parted on the side and very long in a tragic swoop, and it starts white at the roots and goes into like an ombre sort of icy blue. And her garb is more towards blues and silvers than pinks.
It's nice to meet you, Vivian.
Good fight.
I try my best.
Moving down the table, allow me to introduce, of course, an instructor, a magical instructor of Selenise, but I expect much more to her as of late, the Archmage Nithroel.
She will tap her face with a napkin, and as she stands up, arms crossed, very what the fuck is wrong with my character's face, dude?
Well, you didn't make your own
Oh yeah,
mini, so
oh yeah.
you get what you get.
She doesn't look like that, but basically, she stands up and she's very posh, we'll say, and she'll kind of bow her head over to you, and she'll say, Polek, it was a wonderful administration of power that you bestowed upon our fellow Brock here. I would love to see more of what you are capable of in the future. But until then, you have my humblest salutations and greetings.
I'll nod my head and reply, I thank you for your gracious welcome.
Mm-hmm.
There's only maybe a mere trinket of the gifts I've been given. Hopefully we'll share in battle and see what comes of it.
Oh, I am most certain we will. Thank you. Also, she basically, she's a very kind of petite woman, you know, very slight of build, very, very gorgeous, features, you know, very like almost icy blue eyes with a very like well kept like blonde like down to the middle of her back, curled slightly around her face, and she carries a book with many scribbled notes in it, and yeah, she's currently adorned in a like a blue and silver robe. Looks very, very nice.
Okay, I got 3 minis for you to pick from. Okay, I got 2 minis for you to pick from. So one of them doesn't wanna. Yeah. Okay, whatever. You could either have this one. I think this one's good, or you could have this one. What do you want?
What the fuck is that?
Which one do you think is more Nithroel? Would you say?
That one, obviously.
This one? Okay,
No.
you said it. This one. This one it is.
I don't
I'll
know.
delete
I'm
this
kind
one
of feeling the
immediately.
one on the left. That one.
That's
Yeah,
like
this
when she's
one-
been drinking for a while.
That one's a little mischievous.
Yeah, this one's the one.
That one's up to something.
Yeah, that one's up to something. She's like, no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I am pissed. Oh,
You look pissed. I mean, look at you. You're a little too pissed on the weekend. But anyway, here you go. There she is. So petite, so refined. Yeah. Okay, and it says, and the last of my warriors, my most elite knights, we have the Horizon Walk. Well, oh, I was too late on the joke. I was going to say it was Rhodos, but no. It is the Horizon Walker Jace Silverlong, who has been with me for quite some time. The Duke of all Horizons is his title here within my court, with his beautiful wife Rhodos of Aboria. What would you like to describe what Jace looks like?
yes, Jace, essentially, a bit of a brash individual. He currently has this armor that looks like it's neither here nor there. It almost seems like very exotic material and stuff that you may or may not have seen before. He has an adornment of items that are well, observable. He has almost like a carved bow that has like a few names like scribbled out on it, like like he chipped out this one and had another one. But there's one thing that you can read out if you ever walk near him, and it says Sylvan well-made bow from Frog / Nimbus. And almost as like a reminder to himself every time he shoots it, what it's called. He has if you've ever had a cocktail and the little tiny swords they put in there with like the umbrella or something, he has like this tiny little dagger on his hip.
Rapier. It's a rapier.
Oh yes, it's a tiny rapier that is the size of like the most tiniest dagger you could ever get.
You know those little like plastic swords they put in sandwiches?
Yeah.
It's like
Literally.
Okay.
And I wonder what color it is. I don't know why.
Oh, it's definitely it's like silver. It's got like a gem in it. Like it looks like a really nice rapier, like probably belonging to like a great musketeer or some great duelist.
Like
but
a
it
toy
is,
soldier.
But it's incredibly small.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he has bright blue eyes and kind of a shoulder length kind of longer hairstyle, parted down the side, and he has a streak of silver hair that just runs all the way from his forehead to the back of his head. And he will stand up with a hand and a drink in hand, and he'll say, Olek, it is wonderful to have your acquaintance and your companionship here. I hope that we have many battles to supersede in. Thank you for your attendance.
I thank you for your gracious welcome. I'm here to aid you in whatever way you need. And hopefully, yes, we shall be successful in battle together. Thank you.
Here. And then he'll take a drink from his mug and shit and sit back down. Oh, and I would be remiss and possibly in the doghouse if I did not mention my wonderful wife, Rhodos.
And you see, and nude, but like very
Like
Renaissance. No, not quite. I mean, the mini looks like it, but not really. But very like Renaissance, sort of nude art of like nymphs and such. She is that. She sits with like her skin has like almost a radiance to it. Like it doesn't glow, but you could swear it does. It's just there's just like a radiance to her. There's something celestial about her, in her beauty. And she's yeah, she's like long, sort of like greenish blue hair, and maybe at times it almost does look a little translucent, like looking through the surface of like a perfectly still lake. There is something sort of celestial and ethereal about her beauty and her grace. And she says, "It's a very great pleasure to meet you, Mr. Horleth. It was very entertaining to watch you fight."
I am happy to have been your entertainment for the morning. Thank you.
She kind of like, just like kind of squirms in her seat a little bit. She's like a little excited by the intention, maybe, of Horlick. And Zabilna says, "These Horlick are my, as they have decided to dub themselves. In no way was I involved in the creation process of the name, but these are the Knights of the Scorched Earth. And they are, I would say, the finest in the Feywild, united together. But you come, tell us of you. You come on behalf of the Storm Lord himself, the god of war, to help us with our troubles."
Oh, yes. As you know, I'm his champion, so he told me that I needed to come and help, so I came. I've served my lord for near on 40 years now, so...
A warrior of magnificent experience.
Well, we've battled a lot. We've been through many battles, and yes, obviously, as I'm still here, we've won a lot as well. So hopefully my aid will help.
I see. Has your lord informed you much of the war that we face?
In part, a little bit. I know that you are looking for a way of, let's say, dispatching the Iron Fae that have turned up. You're on a
That is
quest to
fair.
find certain items, which I know that you're in the middle of trying to find at the moment.
I see. The Storm Lord, as he should be, is well informed. It's not a widely known secret of ours. Well, how would you suggest we proceed? If you're so dedicated, so long experienced in war, how would you confront the Iron Fae threats?
For me, I would summon the armies all I can and fight. That's what I know. But I believe that you have other ways of dealing with these or trying to. So I am open. I'm here to assist and at your beck and call.
Very good. Well, you'll be delighted to know that is exactly what we are doing. We seek these relics so that we might indeed unite the armies of the Fae against their mortal enemy. That's why I've rallied such stalwart champions. And if you are dedicated to this cause, it sounds as you've been sent by the Stormlord. It is good to know we have gods on our side. Perhaps we will need it. Well, what do you think, my knights? Do you think this warrior is someone that you would take on your adventures?
If Brock says yes, I say yes.
Yeah.
I certainly can't see why not.
I'd like to see you out in the field. But yeah.
Well, then we
Brock,
should get him out in the
didn't he just
field.
see you in the field?
Not exactly.
Sorry.
Vivian looks right at Brock and she said, No, I understand what he means. I think that's probably coming around the corner maybe tomorrow.
Perhaps it is. I have been so unthoughtful.
Well, if you'll have me, then I would be happy to join.
Oh, absolutely.
Indeed, most definitely. Actually, I was wondering, and then she'll get cut by Jace, who like fucking cuts in line. I guess speaking. Like, well, to be honest, I would not have it any other way than to have a literal champion of a god on our side. See, when the knights have engaged in battle with the Iron Fae before, we were a bit, how would you put it, Trixie?
Polymorph.
Oh, thank God.
Roll a wisdom save, whoever you cast it on.
I love this game. Okay. Oh shit, I rolled the wrong one. 13.
You are a rabbit, sir.
So Jace shrinks down to a rabbit and he just falls into his seat. And he's like, you ever seen Bambi, like how Thumper, like how he like stands on his back feet and he's just like,
Yeah.
he like
I
folds his
think
arms.
Rhodos picks up Jason. He goes, "Oh, you're so cute like this," and she like hugs you, and you're like right up in her bosom.
He's like a very, very like distressed
Grumpy.
and a grumpy bunny being held by this woman.
Trixie will lean forward and look at Nithroel. Nithroel, you were saying?
Thank you, Trixie. She'll like roll her eyes at Jace, the rabbit, and I was wondering, what is your lord, Cord? You said, what is his interest in the goings on of the Fey realm? If I could be so blunt as to ask.
I do not take part of what he believes, and if he asks me to do a job and go on a mission or join this party or go to this place, it is what I do. That's how I serve him. I do not question what he asks. I just go.
So devoted are you?
It has served me well for the last 40 years, so yes.
I mean, in all fairness, Frosty sent his he actually sent them to KotSE. He actually did it. I didn't think he was going to do it. Yeah, so they're trapped there now. But it did buy us the time that we needed. So, generally speaking, I think a good thing. Also, he sent them to KotSE, so yeah, they will follow blindly. That's a thing.
Many warlocks.
It's not that I follow blindly. I follow because it is what I'm good at. It is what I do. And if my lord says, I will do. I know what great power he has bestowed on me, so it would be unwise of me to disagree with him. I do not care for what means he has sent me by or why I am here at his behest, and I will aid to the best of my ability.
I love that for us.
Yes, I mean, while that devotion is sometimes uncommon in this realm, I appreciate the fact that it has served you well. Although being around individuals such as these and others we may face, you may begin to question certain things. And it is only natural, mind you.
It is not to say that I've never questioned my tasks, but I just go on and do them anyway. Doubt doesn't get you anywhere. If you go into battle with doubt in your mind, then you may as well be dead. I'm sure Brock over there will attest to not having any doubt when he's raging and fighting. If you have, then you may as well just hang up your sword and go home. Or die
is
on the
true.
field that you're there.
You're muted.
I've never done a regretful thing in my life.
Yes. Brock is not the type to ever doubt himself or anything.
And that is a mark of a good warrior. You should never doubt yourself.
I'm curious, Horlock. Did you choose your patron, or did your patron choose you?
I was chosen by my patron. He gave me a means and a way of dealing with certain things when I was younger. So, as a teenager, he came to me, and now I'm here.
But this was a service for which you were grateful.
I wouldn't be here if he hadn't. I would be dead somewhere, 30, 20, when I was about 20. So my service is dedicated to him. He saved my life. I will do what needed to be done. Everything I have, own, my family, my sister, they are all to him. So if that carries me through, I will do this until I die.
Well, that makes perfect sense. It's not like he was running around jealously, turning you unreasonably into a blink dog.
No. My lord is not that petty, to be fair. So I cannot see that happening.
I love this character so much. I love this fucking
Honestly, yeah. Trixie said she dropped the polymorph on Jace, so Jace is gonna like pop back
She's
up.
like on Rhodos's like lap, and she's like holding him.
He'll just like look at her, embarrassed, and like sit down quietly. He'll just continue eating.
At this point, dinner is served. Several roasted pigs, vegetables, potatoes, gravy, salads of various types are served. It is a menagerie of various delicacies and deliciousnesses, and it is it's great. It's wonderful to behold such a fine feast, and you may all eat and dig in and such. So, and I think Zybilna, she only has like a little bit, and she'll say, well, all of you enjoy your new plaything, and learn of what you wish of him. But when time is right, when you are ready, as the day is growing rather late, let me know, and we will complete what we set out to do for the winter task. Good evening, all.
Indeed.
Yes, my queen.
Orlick, you have run of the palace to as much as you are able to.
My lady,
And
thank you very much.
And all of you would know what that means. I think everybody here except Orlick has their name in the black book, but yeah. Okay, cool. And Zybilna will depart. Everybody at the table rises. It's the lady of the house, the queen, Her Majesty rises, and she will depart to other business.
Jace will speak up, but he'll like open his mouth like he's about to say something, and then he'll look at Trixie like,
Drink. Take a drink.
Well, she really is out to get you.
Orlick, if I may ask, what exactly are the straits or the the situation that your god has risen you from. Feel
Oh,
free
the
to
child.
not answer, but
I have no qualms in answering. When I was young, both my parents served as soldiers. While out on a mission with them, my mother was struck with lightning. Her sword, her hilt, which I carry, was struck by lightning so that she could vanquish the beast that they were trying to slay. She died. My father then went to ragged ruins. He became a despot, drunkard, which left my sister and I to fend for ourselves. My sister then became injured and was unable to, so I had to delve into a life of crime where I came upon my patron's tomb. And he then granted me the boons that I have now and risen me to a life that I would never imagine.
a remarkable story.
It is. And I'm very grateful, which is why I am under no illusion that I will do as my Lord says until I die. It is not blind faith, it is mere gratitude for everything that he has given me and my sister.
Where is your sister?
She is back home. She is living comfortably.
That's amazing.
I've been very fortunate, I must agree.
Well, if my tenure here has taught me anything, it would be that while many bad things can occur, the good things very much outweigh the possible bad.
It's possible. I live with no regret from serving my Lord this long. I've only known war since I was young, so I know nothing better, nothing else. I know that the gods play with us mere mortals, and that is their game. I'm just pleased to be one that is played with favorably.
Yes, I deem to say that instead of gods playing with us in the other planes I've been to, here it tends to be Arcfey. You are familiar with the term.
I have heard of it.
Basically just incredibly powerful, almost storybook-esque entities that dwell over different realms here in the Feywild.
I understand. Well, is there anything that I can assist you with or guide you in certain ways, or would you want to update me as to what your next plans are?
Trixie, would you love to tell our new guest what it is our next stage or mission is?
Friend Frosty.
Please elaborate.
Daggers at you.
Polymorph.
Make a dexterity saving throw.
Thinking about it.
Shoots daggers at you.
Yeah. Yeah, if she threw actual daggers at him, they'd fly all over the place because she's probably not that good at throwing anything.
Except looks.
Yeah.
Actually, speaking of, where is Sharea, is she here?
Make a perception check.
She's been at the table the whole time. 16.
16. You're looking around. You don't see her at the main table. You look into sort of these tables back here, where indeed is meant for those of not enough interest to Zabolna that they sit. They may attend her at supper, but they sup in a sort of a separate room, the kids' table, so to speak. And in one of the back tables, you do see a rather beautiful summer fae woman sitting next to what looks to be a mortal man in knightly armor. Could be them.
Well, that could be anybody.
Could be anybody. It's very true.
All right, I'll go talk to them.
Yeah, did you even notice that room was over there? I've been in here, I don't know how many times. I've never noticed that room.
I did not. Thank goodness we didn't say anything terrible.
That
But
door
remember,
was not there.
Well, this is also very far away from the main table. Like it would take some decent perception to be able to spy on the talkings going on at the main table, especially over all the sound. But it's like one of those large dinner halls. It's like trying to spy on the sound happening at the dinner table across the way. It's just not that possible. Okay, you head over, and it's just them occupying the. No, they're not occupying the table alone. I think they're sitting with they're sitting with like one of the bullywug sort of knights with like the frilly collars and the rapier at the side, sitting very back up straight, sort of sitting at the table and speaking with like another bullywug sort of dignitary looking royal. Yeah, they're just chilling, and you approach the table, Tamlin.
Sir Knight, my lady, my name is Tamlin. I'm one of the Knights of the Scorched Earth, and we have been asked to escort you on a very important trip.
Incredible. They will rise. They will both rise. The bullywugs will as well. The woman will speak and say, "Good evening. My apologies, Tamlin. I am not aware of such a journey. We're here at the behest of the master of the house."
Of course, and it wouldn't be proper or fitting to concern you with the details of the travel. Simply know that you've been asked to be here because you are on your way somewhere else, and we will see to your safe passage to there.
She goes, "Oh, I see. I think I might like to converse with the lady of the house before I was to depart with anyone I was unfamiliar with, I'm afraid. But I much appreciate you letting me know. I hope you take no offense. I just wish to be careful, of course."
Oh, no, of course. Certainly. This is certainly not the formal introduction. I'm sure that will come at some point tomorrow. I simply recognize that you may be in this room and thought I might take the opportunity to stop by and introduce myself individually.
Oh, I see. Perhaps I'm being a little too obtuse. It's been quite a strange day or two, but it is a great pleasure to meet you, Sir Tamlin. My name is Sharea of the Summer Court, and this is my. And the gentleman will speak up and say, "Her bodyguard. I am Sir Alistair."
And Tamlin will give her the blue steel, and then and then look at Sir Alistair and kind of cock his head and then give him a slight bow.
He very much has like, it's not an aggressive thing to do so, but he has his hand on his sword, which is a very common thing to do, and his chest out, very sort of like, I'm the man kind of thing. And Yes, you do so. You give the slight bow. You leave?
Well, I'll just say before I leave, Sir Alistair, it's nice to have another sword on the journey. And then,
Indeed.
And then I will, if you excuse me now, I will return to the main table, but I'm sure we will see you on the mall.
Very good. Have an excellent day.
All right. And exit?
And exit stays left. God, I spell this woman's name, so. Sure.
I can't wait
there
for
we go.
to die. I can't wait for them to die.
Okay, incredible. You walk away, return to the table. Was there anything else that anyone wanted to do here at dinner? No? With that,
I'm just shoving food in my face, but also not breaking eye contact with our new guest.
okay. Glaring across the table, absolutely.
I'm just drinking and not breaking eye contact with Jace.
I'm sensing a little tension at the table.
I always assume, correct me if this is not canonically correct, but I always assume that Brock slobbers a lot.
Yes, this is true.
Big old bear, man. Got it.
Especially when eating or fighting.
Right, so if he's feeding his face, his big old bear lips are flapping and drool's going everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Got the bear jowls going.
Turns into his like true bear form when he eats. And then turns back into like bear form once he's done.
Trinket! Sorry.
Trinket! Yeah, you guys eat, and then dessert is served. You guys are given a nice course of rose apple and rose. It's a combo. It's apple blackberry pie with butterscotch pudding and whipped cream.
Pudding?
Pudding? You didn't say that would be pudding. You are all served a little dessert, more than a little dessert. Rhodos will excuse herself at some point. She'll say, "Excuse me, I'll leave you. Big strong knights to all talk." And she will depart. Yeah. And you guys can all finish up at breakfast or at dinner whenever you're ready, or you can stay and dance to the music as the music picks up a little bit. Whatever you want. At the bed, go do something around the palace.
Jace will dance with his wife.
Well, aren't we supposed to
Wife
meet
left.
Isabella?
His wife left.
Oh. He'll dance with himself.
Vivian will go up to Jace and say, "You're supposed to chase her. She's in the bedroom now. You're supposed to go after her."
Oh, right. Oh, shit. Fucked up again.
Fucked up again.
I'm sleeping on the couch tonight.
You should be
It was
about
inevitable.
that, though.
I'm sorry?
Do you not think I'm pretty?
Oh, there she goes again. Oh, fuck.
Do you hate me? You must hate me. No, I'm kidding. That's definitely not Rhodos.
She's like, did I make a mistake?
I have to go put this woman to bed.
You head off, but to your surprise, Jace, you are the first one to your room. She is not indeed waiting there for you, but she does arrive. If you do wait, she does arrive about 10 minutes later. She goes, Jace!
He'll be on the bed.
Yes.
He'll be like, he has nothing on but like a Speedo. And
silk undies.
Yeah, silk undies. They glimmer in the moonlight.
Because you wore them for me like I won.
I have been waiting for you, my dear.
She goes, every moment we're not together is like, it's like I'm drowning, but in the bad way that you people say it, because I can't drown physically. You know what I mean? Just kiss me, you fool. She jumps onto the bed, and you guys get to
Woohoo!
Newlywed stuff. Incredible. Is there anything else? Just Hamlet.
Yeah, hey, before we go to bed, can I just resummon Angus real quick so I can get rid of that spell for tomorrow?
Sure thing. A flying winged bull appears once more in the middle of the hall, and everyone goes, "Yeah, yes, oh, a fine casting of Raider Steed. Yes, oh, go, woohoo!" And people applaud.
Nice.
Is there anything else? All right. Jace, once you have completed another night of worthy husbandliness, Rhodos will turn to you and say, "Oh, by the way, Zybilna wanted to talk to you.
Did she?
I forgot to mention.
Oh.
I got so distracted with the way you looked, and the way you were."
He'll put a finger to her mouth. Shh. I will be back as soon as I am able.
Okay.
Until then, have you seen my clothes? I have seemed to have lost them in the excitement.
Oh, let me help you.
Actually,
She'll-
that is why I wore the silk underwear,
I'm
because I
telling
could
you,
not find
Jace,
my
another
clothes.
reason why you shouldn't wear clothes. They're really hard to find, and they get all unfolded. It's so inconvenient.
We cannot all be as you are, dear.
What does that mean, as I am?
The most gorgeous individual in any room she steps into.
Okay, take your clothes and go. She like gives them to you. She's like, "Get out of here, you sweet talker."
They are soaking wet though.
Yeah,
They always are.
Yeah, you just like walk out and you like hand them to the goblin who stands outside your room and just waits to launder your clothes some more, and you get a new set of clothes and you head off.
Yeah. This is like some a baggy long sleeve kind of Victorian era shirt with
You got that big jug water bottle because you got to keep hydrated these days with all the work you're doing with your lady.
Yeah. It's not a good job unless you're thirsty after. So
you got the big water jug, you got a hoodie, you're just like got the slacks, you just walk around the palace. Some of the noble aristocrats walk by and they go, "Oh, I say." They walk by. You just walk through those casual. I actually love it. There's something about that fucking does it for me. But you walk up into the second stories. You see the ghost lady says, "I am the ghost," and you're like, "Yeah, no, I know." And you walk past the ghost that continues to haunt the stairwell, and you find yourself to Zybilna's chambers in her wing of the palace. You walk through to her room where, actually, I don't think she would meet you in her room. That wouldn't be proper for a married man. She'll meet you in her viewing room with her magic mirror. You find the door open, which is how you know how to get to her. And Zybilna says, "Jace, I admit I sent for you with your wife. It seems that you had other concerns that kept you busy."
Yes, I was told she was in the room, but she was not there until later.
I see. Such as it is, which I think highlights the reason why I wish to converse with you today.
Yes, dear Zybilna. What would you like to converse about?
Well, you are a married man, for one. For two, you are a skilled archer, and for three, you are a bearer of one of the harmonies. I think there are many reasons why Prismere would benefit from having you perhaps stay at the palace a little while longer. The bullywugs and the other forces of Prismere are in dire need of proper instruction how to fletch and use the bow. Perhaps you might consider, at least for a little while, spending a couple days with your wife and training my troops in preparation for the war that's sure to come.
I I see.
How does this sit with you?
While I do see your logic, and it is sound, I have never been one to stay in one place for long. But here I am. It does feel like a home I've never had. I am an adventurer, Zabilna.
I guarantee you, there would be no shortage of adventure staying here. You'd be required to travel to hither, thither, and yon, to find the various peoples there and make sure they are prepared for the war to come, because the war will not be fought and won with 6 knights. It'll be fought and won with armies. And the more skilled, experienced, and well-equipped those armies are, the more powerful they will be. And as of now, the armies that I command are appalling.
I see.
And there's also the fact, Jace, that you are now one part of a whole, of 2 now. You may be an adventurer, you may wish to travel and enjoy your freedom, but you have decided to be married. It is to you to decide what you wish to do with your wife. It is your wedding, and it is your marriage, and she is your wife to treat how you wish. But I implore you to consider her. She can spend her time in this palace and be content, I think. She also is quite used to these things, as I'm told her former lover was Helios, who had very busy things to do when the sun was out, which is fair. So all I say is keep these things in mind, Jace. If you find wanderlust is too much to deny, then that is what you are, but for someone who has lived a very long time and taken many lovers, only works if you give them the time of day. As well as the time of night. Consider these things. I am not commanding you to do any such thing, but I am offering you adventure more locally. You would travel the wilds, the wilderness, the swamps. You would travel the high mountains. It may not be planar. Indeed, I would require you to do so from time to time, I'm sure, with diplomatic capacities. But for the time being, Prismere calls for someone to train its armies.
Very well.
Consider, and let me know what you decide upon by morning.
If I may.
You may.
Savannah. I understand that this news of my wedding and marriage, it surprised and beleaguered you.
Of course.
I want you to know that nothing that I have done has been to belittle you or to be at your expense or anything of the sort. You will always hold a special place in my heart. I was nothing but a stray by the time you found me. And for that, I will be forever grateful. And I hope that these recent events are not the reason for this new assignment.
No, it is not for spite. I understand the heart wishes for what the heart wishes for. She is a charming and attractive young thing. Well, I shouldn't say young, she's probably older than I am. But she has the youth of nature about her, and I expect the vigor of one too, so I can understand how one might find themselves quite flush at the idea of being with such a being eternally. I understand you have desires, but I wonder what it is you desire most, Chase. Is it this woman you've met? Or is it something else? And she'll step aside and gesture to the opulent, beautiful mirror with spectral mist that hangs within its reflective pane.
He'll stand beside her, looking at the mirror.
This is now a Brandon question, not a Jace question. As Jace stands up to the mirror of Heart's Desire, and the mist begins to swirl to reveal to Jace his deepest desire of all things. What does he see? Whether it is to the betrayal of his own actions or not, what is the thing that his heart desires for most, and what appears in the pain? It could be something he's lost, a goal he has yet to attain, a momentous event that has not yet come to pass.
I think a few things will flash, but only like very shortly. His pursuit to understand all the planes and to see things yet unseen. His pursuit to figure out who the game master is.
Nice. The mirror cracks. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's fine. Okay. Fine answer, if that's it.
No, it's not.
Okay.
But it will linger on him in various moments with Sibilna, where a connection was shared. And the final thing will be his imagined future with Rhodos.
What is that imagined future that you see?
Of a retired Jace Overlong on a shoreline with a wonderful keep overlooking it. Sunset on one side, sunrise on the other. And him and his children happily laughing and being at peace, knowing that this will be the rest of his life.
Okay. Sibilna says, and I guess would you say that these three things happen as one sort of stretch out before the image greatly? Or is it sort of imbalanced, like the three conflict with one another?
I think the three, like as far as the two women, Rhodos and Zybilna, they would be split,
Yeah.
but the end goal would be the same.
Got it. And the adventuring of the plains, does that sort of that's sort of larger amongst it all?
That would be.
Just keep in mind, this is also like what Jace wants, not like this is what he wants the most of right now, not like what he will want either. This is about what he wants most right now, his heart's desire. Like the compass, Jack Sparrow's compass, points to what he wants most in this world. Is it spinning around, or is it pointing to one in specific?
I think it's spinning around right now.
You see the flash of the Cosmo. You see an endless staircase that turns into one portal, into a vast wilderness, goes through another portal, into a hellish landscape, into another portal, to a vast planar market, and so on and so on. And you do see the moments where you've been at before the passions of Zybilna, her fury, her want for you in different instances. And then you see this sort of future with Rhodos, where she is, as will always be, young and opulent, and little demigod children wandering around the keep. And they sort of conflict with one another. And as Zybilna is not looking in the mirror, she cannot see what you see. This is very sort of Frodo looking into the font right now, but she doesn't see what you see. She says, "Whatever you've seen in that mirror, Jace, take some time tonight and consider. Does that thing that you saw conflict with the other things you are trying to gain? What do you wish for most? Figure out what it is you want. You have my offer. You have my recommendation as well. Your life is your own, as me and the knights and your wife and yourself will come to understand. You are free to decide what you do with your life. Decide well."
I hope that I will.
I shall see you in the morning.
Yes, you will.
And with that, she allows you to depart her company. And so you do. So you do. Is there anything else anyone wanted to get done tonight? Explore the palace, talk to anybody, go to bed?
I don't think so.
All right. You return back, Jace. Horlick, you are escorted. You actually are confronted with this strange, like, it's sort of like a humanoid sloth creature who is very well dressed, like English butler well dressed, in just like a very fine tailcoat suit. But the weird thing about him is that when he turns, he becomes completely two-dimensional and then unflattens, like he's a piece of paper, basically. And he approaches you, and he goes, "Good evening, Sir Horlick, was it? You are to be the lady's newest guest, am I correct, I'm assuming?" Your silence spell is all I'm afraid to say. You might have to unmute. What was that? Oh, I can't hear you still.
No audio.
No audio, yeah.
Technology.
Oh no, is that any better?
Better, there we go.
There you go. Yes, my name is Horlick. How may I help?
Excellent. It's less what you could do for me and what I could do for you. I am the head butler of the palace. My name is Thinnings. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, sir. Allow me to show you to where your quarters may be.
Thank you.
With that, he shows you through the palace, up through some stairs. You pass by this like royal ghost who says, "Hear my tale, for I am the Lord." He says, "Never mind her. She's been quite drab since her departure from life." And you continue to walk down until you come to the guest quarters, and you are set up in one of the rooms. He would open up. I expect you would probably prefer a room of blue, being lightning themed and all such. Yes, please enjoy the accommodations here, sir. There is a cabinet and a double bed. You see these big windows that look out onto the vast cloudscape where the palace sits on a high mountain. You see the massive cloudscape over top of the Domain of Delight. And a small writing table with paper and pen and candle. And he says, "Is there anything that you might require before you take rest, sir?"
I just need some water of some sort, thank you.
Oh, yes, I will fetch that for you, sir. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
And he will turn sideways and walk through the slit between the two doors and disappear. And shortly after, a goblin will appear, again, very well dressed, combed over, not like a ratty tribal goblin, but well dressed, hair combed over, blue, sort of like cobalt blue, long-tailed overcoat. Will come and serve you some water on a silver tray. It says, "Will there be anything else you require, master?"
No, thank you.
Very, very good. To bless you, sir. Have a good evening. And he will walk out of the room. You'll also see there's a strange little pamphlet beside your bed, weirdly.
Okay, so I'll pick that up and have a read.
Pick it up, you have a read. Basically, it is how do I put this? It's religious scripture about some sort of strange religion called that seems to worship a deity that is the tube, the Great Tube. It sounds kind of ridiculous, but the more you read, it seems like far too detailed and like theologically like it's too well thought about, and it takes itself too seriously to be a joke. You're like, oh, the fuck? And you keep reading it, and basically talks about how tubes are a great thing, that life could never succeed without tubes. There's tubes in the earth that create the volcanoes that give relief to the world, and there's and the most complex and beautiful accumulation of tubes are humanoids and beasts of living creatures, as they have an intricate network of tubes of blood and esophagus and so on that keeps them alive, and we are all holy things that belong to the Great Tube. And it's just crazy. It's a zealotous sort of manuscripts of some kind of religion about tubes.
I'll most probably just see the word, see it talking about religion and just throw it. Yeah.
That's it. Okay, you go to bed. You just throw it aside and you go to bed. No problem. Is there anything else from anybody, or we all heading to sleep? Okay, sounds like we're all going to sleep. You all head to bed. You'll get a very restful night, a long rest indeed. You may all click the button for those who require it. And as you rise in the morning, the Knights of the Scorched Earth, Sorlek being a sort of initiate, shall we say, an intern, he will sort of probably take breakfast in the main dining hall, whereas you have your private tower. But there will be, after breakfast, you will be summoned by Zabilna to perform your nightly duties. Anything else? Anything you'd like to do this morning? Anything off the trolley, dears? No? Alright. You all eat, shoot the shit in the morning. You will all appear in the main hall where I moved you all from because I'm so smart. And you will all gather in the main hall. Horlick, you will be escorted there by one of the many members of the staff. And you arrive into a beautiful, opulent meeting hall, the center of what is known as the Court of Storms. You see a roiling, turning black cloud below that lightning streaks across, and you enter into this sort of main castle tower right in the center of the actual palace. And inside you see stained glass and a throne right in the middle of many pillars. And of course, the knights all gathered here and there. And Zybilna sitting upon her throne. You are invited in. She says, welcome, Oleg. That's everybody, I believe. So, anything to do or say before you serve up this woman to the Prince of Frost? As a reminder, you are deceiving her. She does not know where you mean to take her, yes? You may do what you wish. You may tie them up and throw them in a sack if you wish, for all I care. Just, the grounds have been set if you want to just lie.
Have you told her anything specific? Like,
no, just that she's here under my protection, and she may enjoy my palace, and I have called on her this morning to let her know that you will be all traveling to I simply summoned her. Whatever you wish to extend the lie to is up to you, but you will have my support in whatever that may be.
I'll
In a
let you guys
perfect
do the
world,
lying.
what would you like it to be?
Doesn't matter to me, so you seem to believe that acquiring the harmony of winter requires this woman being involved in some kind of reconciliation with the Prince of Frost. I leave it to you. This is your mission, and you seem to be the experts in acquiring harmonies, so it's entirely up to you. I have no preference.
I suggest we take them willingly as far as they're willing to go, and then at a certain point, if they recognize we're headed into some danger, well, then we'll do what we need to do.
How close are we able to get ourselves? We have a
I imagine you'd be able to, I'm gonna say that you can probably, let me roll. Actually, roll me an Arcana check, Trixie. Let's leave it to the dice. Let's see how your skill with Arcana will allow you to, how close it's gonna let you get to the Prince of Frost.
There is that Fey portal.
I was going to say, didn't Nithroel figure something out about how to get us right into the...
Yeah, it was a one-way, though. It was a one-way portal.
And also, I could send him a message and let him know to be waiting for us.
It's true. What'd you get, Trixie?
Oh, I got a 9. So, you know.
I would say the closest with a 9 you could get with your plane shift would be like just outside the palace itself, like across the bridge, like right in front of the palace entrance.
What about
open
mine?
doorway? Well, you can't plane shift, so it doesn't really matter.
Can I not?
Can you plane shift? Oh, as Nithroel you can. Yeah, go ahead and roll a Arcana check, sure.
Oh yeah, I was talking about Jace, but yeah, Nithroel.
Oh, can
definitely
Jace plane shift?
No, he can teleport though.
Okay, so it doesn't. Yeah, there you go.
10 feet at a time.
But if I could plane shift, I could do it.
I can cast it just like anyone else.
The ethereal
It's like
plane is
saying-
a plane.
If you knew
It's a plane.
rocket science, you could make a rocket, but you don't know rocket science, so you can't make a rocket.
I mean, she's been gone, so she doesn't actually know anything that's happened to him since she left, right? Because this all happened, he turned all frosty after she left, right?
Yes.
We could just tell her we're taking her to a winter wonderland, you know?
Tamlin.
That sound nice?
The North
It's true. It's true. Hey, Tamlin, roll me a history check, my summer court friend.
All right. $22.
22. You heard tales of this woman in the summer court, and she was there before your time. So, yeah. That might be useful knowledge. But yeah, she probably doesn't have a lot of knowledge about the current status of things in the Feywild. She's from eons of different time.
Yeah, Trixie's right. I was thinking that she was going to recognize it as soon as we arrived, but I guess she probably won't because this wouldn't have happened until after she left.
And I could also, if we're worried about her safety, I could, before we leave, I could cast Regenerate on her, and then she'd be fairly safe for like an hour if he just keeps trying to attack her.
Oh, I'm not worried about her safety. I intend to encourage him to kill her.
Zybilna says, well, there is something to be said about if she can survive longer, be a pincushion for longer, gives him more opportunity to vent his rage.
Yeah.
That's pretty brutal.
That's appropriately brutal.
I'm just gonna cast a spell on her to keep her safe. We're going to a winter wonderland, but I'm gonna let you guys all do all the talking, because when I talk, everybody knows I'm lying. So I'll do the casty stuff, but you guys do the talking.
I should be able to get all of us there. I can only take 8 willing creatures, but it will be. I mean, if you give me the tuning fork, Trixie, then I should be able to get us thereabouts. Pending a high Arcana roll to know exactly where I'm going to end up.
Yeah. Roll an Arcana check if you want to see Nithroel's ability to plane shift into the domain. About the same as Trixie out the front door.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll bring her here. You guys will explain. I'll do the safety spell on her, and then you can plane shift us there.
Very well. If I'm calculating this correct, one of us will have to stay behind.
I vote for Jace.
I think everyone just like looks at Trixie probably. Just like,
sorry, did I say that too loud?
I said too quick, probably.
I think Rhodos would like to have her husband, so I second that decision.
Yeah,
Before I get unanimously voted off of the team, I would like to let everyone know that I have been given an opportunity to hang around the castle and go around Prismere to teach the armies of Zybilna how to better fight the Iron Fae. So, I think I will be doing that.
Yeah, Zybilna's there like she made this like very harmless like, oh, like Jason's gonna be busy doing his stuff, but the party like votes him out before he could even say that. He gave you guys the tools to make this painless, but you guys are just like, yeah, Jace. Even Harlick's like Jace.
Fucking dicks. Okay, no.
He knows how to be a team player. He's getting up.
Well, back in the gym.
What happened to blindly following? Fuck up. No, but he'll say that, and then he'll kind of look at Zybilna.
She's like looking at you.
He'll sigh.
She like just like lips. She's like,
I'm so sorry.
like this.
So fucking sorry.
I'm so sorry.
You look over at Zybilna, she's mouthing, "You got grounded."
With that, knights, I suppose I will see you again at some point in the future. And
Zybilna says, "Oh, Nithroel could stay, perhaps, if that's another option."
No, we need Nithroel. We need her.
God damn it, Vivian.
Oh, thank you so much, Vivian. You are so gracious. Sorry, Jace. And then it's like, oh my god.
Well,
so Jace can come, but he has to walk.
For the record,
No,
I can find my own way there.
I didn't want to go anyway.
I'll just teleport 10 feet at a time.
I'll need some extra arrows, but I can get there eventually.
He fucking casts teleport and just fucking disappears into his room.
And Mordos is like, "What happened? What happened? You okay, baby? You're laughing."
They didn't want me on the team anymore.
What? I can't believe the no. That's not true. Then no. And that and and Jace will just like
Fetal position.
and she'll just be like big spooning you. She's like, oh, I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry they don't like you anymore, but I still like you.
Did we go too far?
Secretly, Rhodos is very happy.
You're married
Rhodos-
to me.
I
You're
know-
supposed to.
Vivian is totally over here giving the assist to her girl Rhodos.
she's like big spooning Chase like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that happened. That's so fucked up. Like, I wish you could go on all of those adventures. But
You
I
just
guess
you
you'll
just
just have
shook. What are you crying too?
I'm feeling very emotional right now. She's like shaking, but it's not like a I'm
Like
upset
excited?
shake. It's like a yes. Like she's just so happy.
Yes.
Yes.
Fucking go.
Yes. She goes, would some sex make you feel better, Jace?
Probably.
Okay. And they will do that. Meanwhile, more heroic things. Zabona goes, now Horlick, step into Jace's place where he used to stand in the corner.
Wow. Harsh. But okay. I'm good with that.
Take your rightful
Darling.
place. She says it like sarcastically. She's like, go ahead, step into the oh fuck. And with that, yeah. Look at you all. 6 strong. Perfect. Let's take a break. Let's take a 5-10 minute break, and when we come back, we will begin the deception and complete perhaps the journey of the Harmony of Winter.
Yeah, let's take an emotional damage break. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, but no, for real, Vivian's trying to hook up her sister. Look, there's politics involved. Vivian's got an angle. She has a reason to want Rhodos to like her.
Yeah. Oh, by the way,
Trixie
Horlick, grab
can't help
inspiration. I
herself.
love the character. Great, good stuff. Take inspiration.
Thank you very much.
Trixie feels compelled to just hate Jace. I'm sorry.
There's something
There's just something.
strange. There's something.
I was gonna ask to roll an insight on that. But I feel that might be a bit of a too long a story for the rest of the
It's
time
really
that we
not.
have.
It's
really
really
not,
new,
though.
actually.
Well, here's the deal. Insight doesn't like give you like mind reading divine powers. So you will get like we'll roll it when you get back, and you might get some insight, but it's not gonna like tell the whole tale. You'll have to learn from somebody. Yeah, you can't look at somebody and know what their beef is with somebody. You have to ask.
That's the thing,
but
though. Trixie and I don't even know why. Like, we just.
Jace knows why.
I
She's
mean,
out
you
to
know
get him.
why.
I was gonna say, I'm sure you do at some point.
Yeah, we'll roll an insight check when you get back. Maybe you get a little more specifics about the body language.
You know how many arrows you shot in her back?
That's true. That is true.
That is true. A lot of friendly fire.
Yeah.
Trixie's
And
gonna
that was back when Trixie really liked Jace, you know? We were good
Trixie's
buddies.
got, like all these notches in her back. Like, who did this to you? Jace. Jace did? Your best friend? One of your 3 best friends? Jace did that
he
to
didn't
you?
mean it. Yeah.
He didn't
Never
mean
mean
it.
it. Yeah.
He never meant it. It's fine. I forgive him. There's 5 of these.
I probably have hit her like 5 times.
Was it on all at once? No, it happened over.
He's
like,
only a
4 months.
master sharpshooter, like, you know.
You mean the greatest archer in the Feywild did this to you? Well, he wasn't always the
You're
greatest.
saying it
archer
was
in
an
the Feywild.
accident?
He just likes to overdraw too much. I don't know.
I think you've been abused.
I think this is abuse. No.
No.
Really? All right, I'll be right back.
All right.
Fucking hell. Yo, Ryan.
Yeah.
I sent Nithroel Bibilal.
I got it. I was looking at that. Are you sure you want those glasses? The cork bottle glasses?
I figured it was professory.
They are. They are. I recommend the lensless thin glasses. That sort of. Check those out really quick. I think they look a little bit more complimentary, as I know you want her to appear beautiful.
Oh yes, yes.
I thought she had green eyes. Didn't you say she had green eyes?
Did I?
Maybe I'm wrong.
Let me check. Nope, sparkling blue.
Okay, I'll change the color to blue then.
10 olive skin.
All right, I'll change that too. Sparkling blue. Wow. Olive skin.
Yeah. When you choose how you look better.
It's true. It's true. Mom, Dad, why couldn't you just make me hot? Fuck. Yeah, they don't really have olive skin on here, do they?
Yeah. I made this actually a while ago.
Okay, I can work with that. I can try and mix it into a better color. Just a little more sort of. Okay, I'm gonna send you what I've done here, and let me know if it looks. I'm just gonna give you like a close up on her face because that's really all I changed.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I did her skin a little bit more olivey, so.
Mm-hmm.
All right, how's that?
Oh yeah.
Better.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hair's good. You like the hair the way it is?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. All right, downloading. All right, let's see how fast she shows up. God, my shoulders are huge.
I know you've been fucking with it all night.
I don't know. It's just I don't know what's going on.
Dude, I slept wrong like a few weeks ago, I think, and bro, my neck was fucking killing me.
Yeah.
I wanted one of those like chiropractors to like fucking.
Oh yeah.
You know how they fucking.
Or I can do it like a gentle little. What
Or
it's like though, man. I used to go.
They put you in the chin strap and they just yank back.
Have you seen the one with the old lady? And the dude, I don't know what he did to her, but I think he like was holding her head like this, and then he's like, "All right, we're just gonna do a little," and then like the old
She's like,
lady was like, "Oh, oh!"
Yeah, I saw that.
Like she started like smacking her lips, and everybody in the comments was like, "That motherfucker made her taste better." Like, brought the
It's
taste
true.
out
It's
of her mouth.
weird. When I went to my first adjustment like ever, because I got flat feet, so I went to my first adjustment ever. She like did a little like crack my back. I started like just like laughing at everything like incessantly, and apparently it's like it's common because you get like I don't know what it is, but a buildup of some kind of chemical in your back, and then you release it all at once, and it sort of just gives you it makes you. It's like a little high. It's a little.
I'm so high right now.
What? That's
yeah,
crazy.
I was. Yeah,
like spinal fluid or.
I don't know. I don't remember what she said. That was a long time ago. But yeah, it was a thing. It was cool. Anyway, let's get to it. Enough about me. Let's talk about you guys. Hey, there she is. Look, a full set of minis. Get out of here. I don't want to play with you anymore. All right. So you're all here in the main room, awaiting the arrival of Troublemaker. And she's going to indeed arrive right about now. Trixie hiding in the back because she doesn't want to be the speaker. Got all these charismatic people here. The door opens. I wish this fucking led to somewhere. That would be so cool, but it doesn't. People just seem to teleport there. I just decided to deal with it. Incredible. Now presenting Sharea and her bodyguard, Sir Alistair. Yay. From nobody. You guys see the two sort of walk in. Sir Alistair is very handsome. He's very handsome. He has sort of olive skin. He has gently wavy, just like black hair. Just like sort of has a gentle wave about it. He's got just a couple, not like a full anything, but just a couple little salt and peppery strands of hair at the side. He has like a little scar down the side of his cheek, suggesting he's seen battle before. He's got a 5 o'clock shadow that's well worn. Doesn't look patchy or anything. It's very well worn. He's very wide-jawed, very attractive mortal man. And he walks in with Sharea, who is a beautiful Eladrin woman. She has golden yellow skin, long, beautiful hair, eyes that sort of twinkle like the sun. She would be the most eligible, desirable woman of any court. Certainly, yes, Tamlin.
Is this the guy?
I don't know.
Okay, I can't decide whether I'm remembering correctly and it's not the guy, or whether you don't remember. But this was not the name of the guy.
The guy that the mortal man she fell in love with and traveled through time with, was never given a name. History does not remember his name. He was not
okay. I thought we
apparently important enough to get a name.
Okay, I thought we had a name.
But this individual has named himself when you visited his table. He's her bodyguard.
Okay, so I don't know one way or another whether or not this is the guy.
This is a guy.
This is a guy. You make an insight check to see if you think he could be the guy. Horlick, you may make your insight check now if you wish to. If while you're standing there going, I wonder why Jace and Trixie hate each other. Let me think. Go ahead and make your insight check.
That's 22.
22. Looking at the both of them, Jace has the look of someone who's whenever Trixie's in the room, whenever the door opens and Trixie walks in, he has the look of a man who's paranoid. There's like a sort of paranoia about him. You get the sense that he acts like a man who believes Trixie is going to get him or something. Like maybe he's going to be the victim of some great prank or something like that. You don't know the full details, but he definitely has the look of someone who's paranoid when it comes to Trixie. Trixie, it just seems to be like spite and just bitterness. It's not as like Jace is. It's more just like squinty eye, like dagger eye, stank eye. Like Trixie just doesn't seem to like Jace very much. You don't know what the reason is for all this animosity, but you see, you get the context at least. That Trixie doesn't seem to like Jace, and Jace thinks Trixie's out to get him, probably.
Okay.
Tamlin. Meanwhile, outside the daydreamings, Horlick, what are you doing?
Oh, I rolled a 13 for insight to see if I could determine whether or not this was the boyfriend that she ran away with.
You see that there is a protectiveness about him that you would expect from a bodyguard. But you do sort of like, you've learned to identify because you come from a land of like deep politics where you know how to sort of identify lovers, and that is where their eyes wander. And you do see that though he keeps his eye on all of you, and he's definitely like looking around that bodyguard, tactician, sort of, okay, there's an exit there, there's a window there, very protective of her. His eyes do sort of catch with hers, and perhaps this indeed is the man that she fell in love with.
Okay.
And she seems to definitely follow him closely with a trust seldom seen outside of such a relationship.
All right. Thank you.
You're pretty sure. You're pretty sure. They rolled really bad deception. But the two enter the hall. I think Sir Alistair, a little overwhelmed by the individuals that he is in the room with, as all of you are an arc druid, an arc wizard, a stormy, crazy knight of magical hexing power, the most fey, dreamy Arborea individual, the most savage werebear this Feywild has ever seen. Intimidating individuals, and then the master of the house. They sort of walk in. Alistair has this appearance of like he doesn't feel comfortable. He's definitely feeling outmatched. You get the sense the woman is a little bit more calm. She's probably used to such extravagant individuals. And she curtsies with a deep grace and appreciation for Zybilna, and the knight honorably sort of bows his head, but allows her to take the front of the stage. Sharea looks at Zybilna and says, Your Majesty of Prismere, Lady Zybilna, thank you so very much for your hospitality. I slept magnificently last night, and your palace and staff are extravagant. They do indeed fit the name of the opulence of your palace. The heart's desire was easy to find. She says, excellent. So very glad to hear that your knight was as resplendent as reputation would suggest. Allow me to introduce my Knights of the Scorched Earth. These are my most trusted advisors, diplomats, and warriors in my court. And I have a very special mission for them. It involves you, but I will allow them to explain further. Just, I might have heard some of such from Sir Tamlin here. There's to be some traveling, and she sort of looks around at all of you with curiosity.
That's correct, my lady. As we discussed yesterday, we have assembled a group of very competent individuals and those very trusted to Zybilna in order to transport you to a location more fitting for your next few days.
It's not, I hope, and please, I mean no offense, of course, if your plans had taken you there, but by chance, is this place to be in the summer court? I'm afraid that I simply do not have good ties there at the moment. It may not be the safest if I were to find myself in that domain.
Oh, we're quite aware of the complexities that may come with a visit to the summer court. So instead, we're taking you somewhere quite opposite.
I see. To the Unsele, to winter?
Something very much of that ilk. Yes, my lady.
I see. And you see she sort of looks down and considers the idea of being amongst the Unsele, those sort of not nearly as resplendent or graceful or glorious as the Sele, and it's doesn't seem to be the greatest prospect either, but you see the knight says, Milady, I am sure that the prospect of meeting with your mother's enemies does not sit well, but I assure you, all will be well. It is better than the alternative, or so you have said, yes? Yes, you're quite right. The summer court simply wouldn't suit. I suppose I had hoped perhaps there was spring court ties, or maybe, I don't know, I was thinking. But yes, it makes more sense, I think.
Unfortunately, my lady, because of your circumstances, it's best if we don't take the most obvious routes in order to get these things done. Sometimes we have to make some small concessions in order to maintain safety and the privacy that we need.
Oh, I see. My accommodations then will be of some secrecy. That suits me just well.
Fantastic.
Is there to be a carriage then?
Oh, we'll be traveling magically.
Oh, I see. It certainly beats having to walk, I suppose.
We are lucky enough to have the benefit of the gifts of some amazing men.
Oh, I see. And she'll look around with her eyes, possibly try and pick out of who the crowd might be. The
Could
great
be Brock.
magical caster would be here. Her eyes probably linger on either Horlick, Trixie, or Vivian, or Nithroel. Frankly, the only people who it's not is probably Tamlin, because you've suggested it's not you, and not probably Brock, because doesn't have the appearance of one capable of such power. But the rest of you, she sort of just try to give a general thanks to the room for whoever it may be. It's exciting. I admit I've not traveled much through magic. How strange and interesting.
Certainly. And with Lady Zabilna's leave, we may begin preparing for a departure immediately.
Certainly. Sharea, do you and your attendant have anything that you might need packed for your journey? He says, oh, no, nothing at all. He says, well, very well then. Well, perhaps you and Sir Alistair might report to the gardens, and the knights will be along quite shortly, if that is, of course, your plan, Sir Tim.
Yes, that would suit us most perfect.
Excellent. And Shreya says, well, suits me quite excellent as well. All of your knights to be escorting. What favor you show? I'm sure this will sit quite well with my mother, Lady Zabilna. You'll be most happy, I'm sure, to meet her one day. And Zabilna goes, yes.
Damn.
And then she just kind of sort of wanders along. Zabilna says, when she's gone, says, how interesting it is to dislike someone so easily upon preconception.
Most certainly.
Well, it seems that the bait's on the hook. Is there anything else you might require? Then go, my knights, go. Serve this meal on a tray to our adversary, and see if you can't coax about the great powers we seek.
I'll go prep that spell on her, and then we can, as soon as that's done, we'll plane shift out. Okay?
Very good, very good.
Good.
Very well.
What is everyone's alignment at this moment? This is starting to feel a little evil.
Morally dubious.
Chaotic
More
neutral.
All right, that'll stick for now.
I'm the
Neutral.
same.
I'm neutral good.
Uh,
I am trying to cast a spell to protect her, kind of.
I'm gonna put you down to true neutral. This is
That's
feeling
fine.
very neutral. I'm not gonna go as far as to say evil, but this isn't good. And you're trying to do this for the sake of the better good, but so I'm gonna throw it in sort of a neutral space. So I'll say anybody who's good, just stick with your lawful, chaotic, whatever. Bring her down to neutral.
Bring it down a notch.
Look,
you're already
Yeah, no,
evil.
this
Yeah.
is some morally
Yeah.
great shit. This is some morally great shit. We've done
I'm
a
sure
lot
they're
of
gonna
morally
turn out
great
fine.
shit.
what if
Yeah.
we're neutral evil?
You're
You're
Has
fine.
Nithroel been
Fine.
neutral evil this whole time?
No.
No. Yeah, this is definitely a neutral / evil action here. I think it's a little too dubious to be considered good at this point. Which is fine.
I don't think it's
Maybe-
evil yet. It has.
It's evil
It's
as
not
they
evil. Yeah, I think even the act itself is not going to be evil totally hard blocked per se, because you are trying to, again, obtain this greater power to help protect the entire Feywild, which is a greater good situation, but
It's kind of giving human trafficking a little bit.
And she
Giving-
no. As per the Feywild, she broke a contract, and there were horrible consequences for her breaking this contract.
That's true.
Horrible consequences, and she took great pains to escape those consequences.
I will say a Fey contract is. Fey contracts are so strange, so difficult to describe. Like a devil's contract is like hard and solid written word, and if it's passed by, fucking Asmodeus will come down on your ass, on both sides of the agreement. And a Fey contract, it's almost like it's somewhere between like cultural. Like a Fey isn't magically bound to contract by any means, but it's just so outside of the psychological what I should do that it's just incomprehensible to a Fae. So it's kind of woven their being, though. But you're absolutely
But
right.
like the whole Prince of Frost, her sisters being bound to him for all of this time, that was a direct direct result of her.
That was recourse for yeah.
So,
absolutely. Because they were probably like, "What the fuck? She didn't go through with a Fae deal. This doesn't make any sense. We better." I mean, and so they're like, I guess we gotta do something, I guess. I don't know. So that was probably what the best thing they could come up with, was to serve him eternally as his very sad handmaids. Cool. But you're absolutely right on that account. It had big consequences. Big. So any last preparations before you whisk away to Neverland and nothing bad will happen, surely?
Absolutely not.
Try to convince her to let me cast a spell on her.
Yeah, you head outside, Trixie. Maybe you're the first one there as everyone's just sort of gathering their stuff. They're outside enjoying the beautiful gardens, and you have that sort of Archdruid evidence at this point. You've got the mantle, which holds its, like, even if you were wearing commoner's clothes and you had only the mantle, it would still be like, there's something crazy going on here. But you've got the horns, and you got the full 9 yards. So you approach, and there's an eminence to you, and she curtsies deeply to you, Trixie, and says, "Good evening, good night. Should I refer to you as Dame?"
Trixie is fine.
I see. You do not have your knighthood yet. I understand.
I just like Trixie better. Anyways, I was thinking, just as a precaution, I could cast a bit of a protection spell on you before we go.
The knight says, "A protection spell? For what, I wonder?"
Do you not want her to be protected? I mean, anywhere we go, even if we're here.
The woman would, yes, she would agree. She says, "Yes, you do not wish for my protection." He goes, "No, by all means, of course I wish for your protection. It's just, I'm just simply curious that are you intending to encounter trouble?"
I mean, this is the Feywild. We've kind of encountered trouble just about everywhere we've gone. But we don't think there's going to be anything. It's just a precaution.
You know what I want? I want a deception check. I think you have advantage on these, though. No, this is for intimidation.
Persuasion?
You get advantage for persuasion and intimidation, I think, don't you?
Yeah.
So straight up deception. Somehow, there was just no check to ask for in the last one, because it was just like, I don't know, it was just so convincing, and she's already been brought along so far with Zabilna. I probably should have. It was just so convinced. I was convinced. Go ahead, Trixie.
That's a fucking 9.
A 9. Okay. He looks at you. He squints his eyes at you. They both look a little uneasy. And she sort of says, "I'm sure it's nothing, Sir Alistair. I'm sure it is a mere precaution on the Archdruid's part. Yes? Yes." He says, he just sort of gives the nod, but you can tell a certain level of anxiety and suspicion begins to spread amongst them. But allows you to cast the spell, absolutely.
Just take a minute. And it's a minute casting, so while everybody else.
And
Yeah, that's totally what's happening.
And yeah, very. I imagine Druidic culture is very sort of Native American. Yeah, maybe there is sort of a calling on the spirits of nature to keep her flesh attached. And indeed, the regeneration spells cast upon her for how long? Excuse me, sorry. For how long?
It's an hour.
Sweet.
So you definitely want to go right away.
Cool. Anything else from anybody?
So
No,
yeah, on you go.
Rob?
Yeah, it sounds like we ought to be going then.
Yep.
Yeah, I've got everything I need.
I hand the tuning fork to Nithroel.
Thank you, Trixie. It's like, stand back. Wouldn't want any premature teleportation or anything. And then fucking cast a spell.
Black smoke pours out of your mouth.
Nithroel only needs that last word, and everything up to that is just for flavor.
It is. It is.
It's to sell textbooks.
Nithroel's just.
She is
Everybody
nothing.
Yeah.
She is nothing if not an entertainer.
Maybe a performance check. As long as we're entertaining, might as well.
Natural 20 for 31.
Nice.
Whatever suspicions or fears that Trixie may have begun to sort of prod at within your two companions, they are utterly enthralled by the powerful ritual Nithroel is bringing to bear. The magics that she is summoning, they are just of such a deep interest in them, they forget all their worries.
The first 2 minutes, it's literally just like prestidigitation and fucking like minor illusions that I'm casting to make it look fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Star Trek, fucking Battlestar Galactica, fucking everything.
Vivian is holding up the far rear, just in case she loses it.
Okay, fair enough. Far rear. And with that, the plane shift is complete. You mean to teleport this group of 8 individuals to the Prince of Frost's home.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if
Alright.
he's got the front door back up.
He does it. As you will soon see, as I deleted all of that, and probably shouldn't have. Probably should have just phased it out with a thing I can do, but I didn't because that's me. Hi. Anyway, here we are. No, not down there.
I love that
Nithroel.
Tamlin just sent in the message to John, a fellow fucking warlock or whatever. Like, hey man, don't judge me for what I'm gonna have to do right here. Sometimes a guy has to do what a guy has to do.
Oh,
Don't think any differently of me. Okay.
Oh no. Don't think any different. Jesus. Ah, fuck, I'm so stupid. The person who built this purpose. Ah, fuck. Oh well. No, the palace has not been repaired yet. Oh, my sisters will amend her. We got 2. You guys appear. I'm not gonna put your minis in there's like 8 of you. I'm not doing it. I'll put it in when it's irrelevant. You guys up here outside the palace of the Prince of Frost Palace. Horlick, who is being here for the first time. You find yourself on a mountainside, icy palace built entirely of ice. Everything is stalactite and stalagmite icicles layered on top of one another. It gives it this, though icy, somewhat diabolical appearance to it as it is built right to the mountainside. The front of the entire palace seems to have been like melted off or something like that, but inside lies a dark but perhaps comfortable space within, and the air to this place is frigid, but there's no wind. It's that cold that gets right into your bones, right through all of your clothing. It just hits you right there, but there's no wind whatsoever. It's just like as if the cold itself has found its way inside you, and it's bitter and it's awful. And the fire gives no heat, but it does give light. And this is where you find yourself, and immediately the knight sort of looks around. Obviously his job trying to spot any danger. She sort of, Winter Court. I've never been here before. It's so awful. A horrible place.
Well, let's move along then. We'll try to get you inside.
As they begin to walk, she says, whose domain are we within right now? I'm quite well educated in the courts. I probably would know them.
I believe the domain belongs to the Prince of Frost, but we're using it for other reasons.
She sort of thinks, goes, the Prince of Frost?
It may be a bit after your time.
Surely you mean the Ice Prince, not Prince of Frost. Surely you've misspoken his name.
Oh, most likely. We don't generally concern ourselves with unseelie matters.
Make me a little deception check, Tamlin. As things are getting sketchy.
Trixie's just like walking away.
Oh wow, look at the architecture.
Yeah. I wonder
What'd you
what
get,
happened
Tamlin?
to the wall.
20.
And
They kind of, and she says, oh, well, that would make sense. And she's under the belief that she is now in the Prince of Frost, or the whatever I said his name was. Yeah. Prince of Ice, the Prince of Ice's domain.
Vivian hung back when she sees them engage with Tamlin. She's going to contact one of the sisters and say, we're here, we'll have them prepare your lord.
Say that again, sorry?
We're here, we have them prepare your lord. We're coming to his chambers.
You just get a return of like, very well. And there was some like surprise and anxiety on the other end, as far as you can tell in tone. You begin to walk through the very dark palace, and it very much speaks to the individual who lives here, as it has before to all of you, an individual where food has no taste and entertainment has no value, and knowledge is only so good for obsession, and a place of bitter, cruel heart. And she remarks on that. She goes, I've heard of these winter fae, but they're so drab and this place is so barren of happiness, I suppose you might say. So a terrible existence. She kind of walks along.
Yes, but the better to buffer us from the sight of the summer corns.
I suppose my enemies would last think me to be in a domain of such dreariness.
One could almost ascertain that whoever was in charge of this domain would be victim to an unreparable sorrow.
Trixie's
Perhaps.
just like trying to like speed walk to get this moving a little faster.
Yeah, you guys are walking up the stairs and making your way to the back. She says, I'm confused. Where are we going now? Is this not to be my hall for the time being? Or are we going to meet the Ice Prince? And where are we going?
Sure. We're suddenly making our way to make the necessary introductions so that we can get you settled in comfortably.
Of course. Well, thank you, Sir Tam.
Such a stand-up guy.
I'm gonna try and
honorable and good night.
Walk up behind what's his name? The bodyguard here.
Sir Alistair.
Sir Alistair.
Yeah.
Like
he looks far more tense than she does.
For good reason. I'll kind of say under my breath, you any good in a fight?
Oh my god.
Fight. He's like, you can talk. Excuse me. I apologize. I am not as experienced in these, the Fey realm. I'd like to think I am, to some extent. I'm trained.
Good. And then I'll just keep walking.
He looks very. Make an intimidation check,
You
bro.
fucked
Just
him
kidding.
up, dude.
You did fuck him
fucked
up. If anyone wants to assess the potential skill or competence of his abilities,
Yeah, I will.
we can make either an insight or investigation check to sort of tactically assess his probable skill level.
Say intimidation.
Intimidation, yeah.
26.
26. You do begin to start to see some sweat on it. Like, Sharea is quite content talking to Tamlin, who has her very, very confident, enthralled in what's going to happen exactly. Sir Alistair is not comfortable, and but he also probably recognizes that if something's going to happen, like if the trap's already been sprung, if there's a trap to be had, it's already probably been sprung. We're going to try and have a little. Basically, he's like, if there's a trap, it's already sprung. We're fucked. And so, but he's not. That's sort of like what's probably itching at the back of his mind, because he's like sweating and he's looking around and he's more tense, and you can tell he definitely looks to be afraid of something. His instincts are telling him all is not right, especially after Brock's comment. He is quite intimidated by the situation. But yes, who rolled to sort of assess Sir Alistair's abilities?
I did.
I rolled a 27 on insight.
Okay. Tamlin?
I got an 11. It was not
11. Anybody else?
No.
No? Okay.
Oh,
Sure.
it's whatever.
Sure.
Not as much as Orlick. So.
Okay, sure. So Tamlin and Trixie, you guys, he's a knight, which means he's probably well trained. He's, certainly probably capable of the bare minimum of attacking twice a round, as any good warrior should be capable of, who might call themselves a knight. He's equipped with a heavy crossbow on his back and a great sword at his hip. He's got I would say, moving up to Horlick and your insight, he's got a scar, suggests he's seen some battle and survived such battle, so he's not for show. He's probably fairly skilled. He wears plate armor. He has the look and he speaks with the poise of someone who's probably led men into battle. But you don't think that he's near the skill level of any individual here. He would be direly outmatched by any individual in this party. He is a knight and not some knight of legend, perhaps, just by his bearing. But this, of course, is just a bare insight. You have not seen him in battle. You do not know. But just on appearances, led men into battle, been in a couple scraps, performed his duties well, probably. You don't know how much skill he has beyond that.
Right.
A little tough to say with warriors.
Seeing that, I'll just walk up behind him or to the side of him and just start questioning. So, you're a bodyguard. When was the last time you seen battle?
I saw battle. Sorry. I'm gonna give it a little roll and see how long ago it was. He says only about 3 days ago. I was in the service of my lord and was protecting him.
Really? I'll look him up and down, just saying, your armor seems very clean for someone that's seen battle last 3 days ago.
Well, I have taken the time since my battle to properly maintain my equipment.
No dinks or dents or scrapes. I take it you're one that stands far back in a battle.
You would be incorrect, sir.
Really?
You
I've
would.
led many armies. I know people that shirk or stand back and give orders and just wait for the right time to jump in and give it the last blow. Are you one of those? Or are you one that dives in head first, front of the queue instead of your men?
in my mind, warriors who have the potential to lead should do so from the front.
Well, I look forward to the day I see you charge.
Okay.
We're making him so uncomfortable.
Some of you probably feel sorry for this guy at this point. Like, on top of everything that's about to happen, he's got a werebear and like the Stormlord's champion breathing down his neck, and he's just like,
Oh, just a fucking guy, man.
and to be clear, he's also just like a human guy.
Yeah,
You don't know to what extent like this woman showed up and was like, "You're mine," and he's like, okay." Like, you don't know what the story is with this guy. He could be just like have been thrown into this completely against his will, or maybe he is an asshole. You don't know, but
if you make it out of this alive, you'll be a legend.
yeah, that much is clear.
Yeah.
But in this moment, despite his sort of, you see the sweat and the whatever, his eyes don't speak of fear. For as outnumbered as he is, if you all be his enemies, and as dangerous as the situation is, if he does believe it to be a trap, his eyes do remain focused and stalwart. They do speak of a courage that few possess.
Good for you, buddy.
What do you mean, good for me? Anyway. This is all seeming very cryptic. And you guys keep going. You're walking down the stairs out in the cold again. Sharea is walking along with you, Sir Tamlin. I think the trolls and the giant are still standing out back. And she goes, "Oh my, are those trolls and giants? How ghastly. I heard that they were in the Unsale court. My mother would never allow such a thing to be within her realm."
Exactly. They're part of what's going to be separating you from the rest of the multiverse.
I see. I wonder what people will think of me if my god contains trolls. Never thought of myself as some...
as we get up close.
Right. Hail Vaprak the Destroyer.
Yeah, and the giant sees you, Brock, and it's like, it literally is like a, as he hits his chest, as he's a big guy and a strong one at that. That reverberates a little bit, and he goes, "Babrak, Brock."
Babrak.
And you guys begin to go down the spiral, and she's all like, "Oh my!" And tonight's like, though he's holding his courage, he's like, "Yeah, we're in those high level areas of the MMO right now."
Oh no, I'm in the wrong zone.
I'm not in the like low CR range areas anymore. That's a fucking giant, and he's not a normal one either.
Say a couple nice things to him and Giant as we pass.
When we go down the tunnel, I'm gonna draw my iron battle axe
over your shoulder. As you begin to spiral down, the knight sort of looks at you, Brock, and he sees that, and he moves up closer to his ward, and just holds still there and keeps a look around. She goes, "Sir Alistair, you're standing so close. Give me a little space." He goes, Sorry. Stands. He goes, "What's the matter with you?" He goes, "Nothing. Nothing." She kind of shrugs and continues to talk to Tamlin. And they make their way down into the crypt. She goes, "By the gods, is this throne room underground? How is that a skeleton? Oh my god. How unsightly. I mean, I've heard tales of the Ice Prince, but I thought nicer than this."
It's probably just decoration.
Every day's Halloween down here.
The stories were true about the Unsale. Ghastly.
Indeed.
Will we be staying here long, Sir Tamlin?
I have a feeling, milady, that the arrangements, whatever they currently are, will not remain the same for long.
I see. Excellent. Sorry, I'm like, she says, "But perhaps you meant the Frost Lord. I mean, I've heard tales of him, and I know that he does possess some rather strange features, but this is beyond what I've heard of. At least I thought there was some level of ceremony, I suppose. It's literally like a crypt down here. The doors. Yeah, go ahead.
You're to meet the regent almost immediately, so there won't need to be any more guessing.
Oh, excellent. The door opens and the crypt. Oh, these guys are dead now. They're fucking.
No,
they're
these guys are dead.
Yeah, all they're gone. She opens up the room to see the walls covered in spined icicles that sort of jut upward like great teeth. Frozen into the wall are hundreds and hundreds of skeletons of those who perhaps have offended the denizen here, or simply walked along his path when he was in a less than sour mood. And she walks in to see the sort of icy fountain. She sees the skull. She sort of looks around, almost like doesn't quite hold her pearls, but there is definitely a gasp, and the knight sort of hears the doors close behind all of you, and his hand is very tightly grasping his great sword at his hip, and you all move forward. I don't think anyone is present right now. Actually, the place is quite empty. The message was received, surely, Vivian, but for whatever reason, there's no one here to wait on. Actually, I'd say the Eladrin are here, probably. That would make sense. The Winter Eladrin are here. As you enter and approach the front, she's looking around. Her complaints have sort of died down into just feeling the, I don't know, the presence of this place. Does any of you wish to do anything as you approach forward?
Yeah. No, go ahead, Trixie.
I'm just gonna say, Trixie's gonna stand very close to Sir Alistair.
Okay, stand right next to him.
Yep.
Okay, I'll tell you what, maybe we should lay down some minis just so we're, at this point, now that we've stopped walking, we can get an idea of where we are and what we're doing. I need Sir Alistair, and I need Sharea. Okay, so it sounds like Tamlin and Sharea are at the front. Sir Alistair's probably right behind Sharea. It sounds like the Brothers Grimm over here are right behind Sir Alistair. Trixie's beside Sir Alistair, which would leave Nithroel and Vivian at the back. Vivian, I think you said you wanted to be at the back anyway. And Nithroel is like your homegirl anyway, so it works out. Okay, marching order, you approach here like this. It's cold down here and brisk, and the Eladrin sort of bow their head welcoming. And they say, "Welcome to the realm of the Prince of Frost." And she goes, "Oh, no, I'm so sorry. You must be confused. I was led to understand that I'd be visiting the Ice Prince or perhaps the Frost Lord. I've never heard of such an individual as the Prince of Frost." And they say, "No, you are within the realm of the Prince of Frost. Whether you know of his majesty or not is yours, not his." Just, I see. I must be perhaps an independent. I'm a new one.
Yeah. Tamlin will turn to her and kind of or whisper in kind of a lower tone, "Quiet now, my lady." And then he'll say, bring forth your master that he may satiate his wounded soul.
She looks at you a little surprised. Sir Alistair's still looking around. He's looking up all the rafters, and they say, "His Majesty will be along quite shortly, for he has deemed it wise to observe before all, along with, of course, his handmaidens. They wish to observe before approaching, and they shall soon enough."
All right. In the meantime, what's her name? Sharea. Lady, yes. Would you mind regaling us with the tale of how you came to be in the place from whence we acquired you?
Oh, it's a long and somewhat perhaps it may not be the time or place for such a thing. I would, if indeed the regent of this realm is watching, I would not wish to burden him with a tale of disinterest. At this moment, there is a sort of reverberating voice in the darkness that says, "Speak of your tale." Through the walls, she kind of, oh my, and Knight sort of tries to find where it is unfailingly. She goes, yeah, Lord Prince of Frost, it seems that you are present. Very well, I shall speak of my being here. And she kind of like curtsies quickly, as she seems to have forgotten to do so. She goes, yes, I come on behalf of the Queen Sibilna, whose knights had harbored me, after some strange dealings with a rather dark god. But very happy to be in the care of such fine warriors and a um, um, powerful regent as yourself. Clearly, your realm speaks to your might. Yes. It sort of goes, and then the voice kind of says, "Continue." She goes, "Oh,
Can I figure out where he is?
make a perception check."
He's in the corner. In the dark
Right,
corner.
yeah, he's like behind the casket.
Continue. Do it.
Keep going.
30.
Shoot.
30. You look up, and beyond, of course, their eyesight, and you see, clung to the ceiling, sort of spider climb by their feet, you see the Prince of Frost. Just the glint of their cold, sort of frozen eyes as the resets of eyes sort of clung to the darkness of the ceiling. She, directly above her, she says, yes, I had made a deal with an entity known as the Raven Queen, and she gave me sanctuary from some danger I faced in the summer court. It was a rather nasty time, but I assure you, no danger will come to your door as long as my presences remain subtle. Yes. It goes quiet for a second. Trixie, as you sort of caught on to where they are, you see two of the eyes sort of disappear. And then emerging from the darkness and the shadows ahead, you guys see the incredibly thin, lithe forms of these two beautiful, in this sort of wintry way, wearing like long dresses of ice, somewhat diabolical looking and almost malnourished. But they sort of emerge with long, sort of wild white hair. The Sisters of Lament do arrive, who you know to be the trueborn sisters of Sharea. They sort of emerge from the dark. She says, "Good evening. You must be the handmaidens of his regent, who I've heard of." She curtsies with grace and says, "A great pleasure to make your acquaintances. Is your master near?" And they go, "You do not recognize us, Sharea?" The other says, "No, I don't expect you would you?" Right? Have we met? I admit I've never met any Unsele before. She goes, you always were the stupidest of us, weren't you? How you earned his favor, I'm sure we'll never know. She's gonna make a check. Hang on a second, I'm trying to find something here. Come on. There it is. She looks dumb and she kind of says, "I'm sorry, I'm still quite confused. Who are you two?" Goes, "You look closer, sister. Look what you've done." Sister? She like looks at them. She goes, "Alcella? What's this?" "No, it can't be you. And she says, "Not this? Our winty spindled selves. We are the daughters of the light no more. we are the Sisters of Lament by your selfish hand, sister. By your selfish hand. How could this have happened? She goes, it has been a very long time since you've been in the Feywild. What would consume you to come here and become wicked as you have? It's wicked. I suppose you're right. Wicked. Horrific, perhaps, to view. Dauntless as we are. We never thought we'd see you again. Using the Raven Queen. Very clever, sister. Is this him? Is this the one you betrayed our Lord for? Just betrayed our Lord? You guys see puzzle pieces connecting. Alistair's like trying to be subtle about it. He's not moving his head quite so intensely, but his eyes are moving amongst the room. His hand, he's wearing a gauntlet, but if you could see, he'd probably white knuckling his sword here. He understands the danger of the moment. And Sharea says, your lord, the Prince of Frost, and at this point, from the ceiling, you see the form of indeed the Prince of Frost drop from the ceiling and land right in front of her. She sort of just like falls back and falls prone at his arrival. And Sir Alistair sort of half draws his blade and sort of steps in front of her to protect her, and he just throws Alistair aside, splits his throat, kills him instantly. And he just off to the side. Very little ceremony.
I'll just look at Brock and as if to say, well, that saves us from doing it.
Fucking hell. Oh, shit.
But yeah, and the Fae are very dramatic, so that is an insult almost to itself, making his death of Solo doesn't even like look at him. He sort of goes to draw his blade, just like reaches his hand under his helm, grabs him by the throat, and just dents the armor, twists his throat, and just casts him aside like a rag doll. Just complete fucking disrespect.
I'm sorry, what happened? I was looking over there.
Pretty much, it would have happened like that, absolutely. She goes, no, Alistair, no! She screams and says, and he just like lets her scream and just sort of watches her as she sort of like crawls along the ground to his corpse, and she goes, no, why? And is just like crying over, and he just sort of watches, just like without change.
Yes, my lord, drinking her sorrow.
And he just sort of watches seemingly without emotion. It's very strange. This is the first time you've ever really seen him that way, other than when he was on his drugs. But and she's over top of Sir Alistair, just just inconsolable. And he sort of quietly says, and she just continues to sort of cry. And he walks over to her and like grabs her by the hair and lifts her into the air. And she kind of screams. And he says, I said, shut up. And she just kind of keeps screaming. And he just takes her head and just walks it into the side of the stone floor. Maybe a little harder than he meant to. And she has like a gash across her head. She kind of, and then it heals back up per the regenerate. Kind of tilts his head at that, and then just continues. Seems to take note. She kind of, she's just like shaking and freaking out in his grasp, and he just like drops her. She falls to a pile on the floor, and he leans down low across his body and says, "Recognize me. Recognize me." She goes, It can't be you. It can't be you. He goes, say it. He says, you're the Summer Prince? Said, not anymore. He goes, but what happened? Because you happened. You happened. You owed me your love. You swore it to me. We are not beings meant for such betrayal. We play our games and we make our lies, but we don't play at love. I do not think. You did this to me and to them. And he points to the Sisters of Lament. This is your doing. She goes, no, this is too much. Yes, it is. It has been more years than I can count. I have spent more warlocks than I know the names of to have tried to find you. I have made too many pacts and deals and dark things. I have killed more than I can count. And I've done it in the name of the misery you planted in my heart. I am undone by you, Sharea. And she's just like in shock at this point, utterly frightened. Frightened condition on frightened condition on frightened condition, terrified. She is meeting the Piper here. Says, say something for yourself. Say something for yourself. Try, I beg you, defend yourself. No? He stands tall. Tell me this then, the boy, the mortal. Did you drag him along, or did he seduce you? Well, I'm gonna try and focus her in. See if you can intimidate her out of her intimidation. She goes, I had a warlock of my own and I saw him. I cannot help. We cannot help what we are, can we? We are beings of desire that takes us over, and I am in love. Did he fall in love with you? Did he have a choice, or did you drag him in? I wonder. Was his death here and now an injustice? She goes, yes, it was an injustice. He goes, no. Did he love you, knowing of your betrothal? She says, no, he didn't know. He didn't know. He didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve this. He says, then his blood's on your hands, much as mine and your sister's are. And he just kind of, this is going to be, and it's like a long process. He sits on the stairs and she sort of sobs. And you get the sense that, like, if you wanted to leave and let this go on, it could, but that is entirely up to you. But this is something that might go on for a minute. And she sort of just sobs, and he can't stand the sight of her sobbing, and he grabs her by the throat and lifts her into the air and says, stop crying. After all you've done, I cannot stand the sight of you weeping. I cannot stand the sight of your pain. You do not deserve pain. And just unloads everything, just screams at her about how she doesn't deserve to be in pain, or she doesn't deserve to be sad, or she doesn't deserve anything, and how she's done this to him, and his heart's been broken over and over for her, and how he tried to drown worlds in frost in her name, and she was cruel, and the Sisters of Lament get in on it, and they say like what she did was not meant for we Fey, for we had no choice but to serve to a Prince of Frost who was good to you, or who was good to you as the Prince of Summer, and they just speak to her of her error and her shame, and they try and possibly describe the eons of malice she caused with her betrayal and her heartbreak. And feel free to pop in at any time if anyone wishes. And it goes on for a while, and in the small times where she tries to possibly find some defense or squeaks out some answer she doesn't like, indeed her head finds its way into the nearest pillar, and she's like enough force to kill her, but the regenerate keeps her alive for the duration of this interrogation. And it's a little hard to watch, I will say that. For all of the bad she did, she was sort of a victim of her emotion, and he didn't give her an inch of mercy. He screams at her of the pain she's caused, and the pain she's caused him, and all the pain he's caused the world, and how summer could have been, but she created winter. For all of her opulence and the summer court and her love of the Sele, she created the most powerful of the Unsele with her selfishness, and just drives it in. And she cries and cries. And it just goes on, and I think in the end, all are exhausted. This goes on for like an hour, probably, and you're all welcome to stay and watch. And I think in the end, what eventually comes out is like she isn't. I think he beats the shit out of her to say that. Like it sort of comes and accumulates to a stock of emotion where he just starts vampire strength, just bludgeoning into her, just beating her to a pulp to regenerate, keeping her alive. And until he's like emotionally worn out and he just like leaves her in a heap. And she slowly, her wounds begin to regenerate. She's sort of just like crying in that out of energy kind of way, just like while laying on the ground in a heap. He sits on a stair, worn out. The Sisters of Lament sort of sit on a stair, worn out for all their immortality. This is more emotion than all of them can take. And they just sort of sit there in silence for a time, and it just sort of, that's just sort of that.
Well, do you feel better?
It's a good point. Maybe I got it's a good point. Maybe I got a little lost in the moment, but I think Sharea, once she's healed and after maybe a couple minutes of like just being there, worn out, she sort of like sits up and looks to him with this like barely able to stay awake, just exhausted from emotion and pain, physically and emotionally. She turns and says, "What do I do to make this?" Prince of Frost says, "You cannot. I do not think you can." And she sort of crawls over to him, doesn't touch him, or she goes to like touch his knee and he kind of like shifts, not wanting to be touched by her, and she sort of phases a hand back and she goes, I am sorry. I was blinded and you were harmed for me. It is cruel things we are. I can't fix this. No one can fix this, but I am sorry. And I think the Ice Prince lets out he sort of puts his hands, tears begin to roll down his face and fall to the ground. They begin to form into small icicles and spines at his feet. And there's probably another good 10 minutes, 20 minutes of just a shared crying of whatnots. But as it happens, as it goes on, the walls do begin to, you begin to hear, my high passive's probably you, Trixie. Look around and do see that these are not tears of bitterness. These are perhaps tears of finality, maybe relief. And you see the icicles, some of them at least, their hard tips melting. And just as it melts and becomes cooler, so does the room seem to become colder still. And Trixie, you feel, I think, as always, you alone feel a familiar reverberation in the air. A sort of energy, as if a link is being destroyed. As if a tether, you feel all that energy that sort of surrounded the Prince of Frost and bound to him, that tether is breaking. That he is not the being to represent winter anymore. And you feel, as all the water hits the ground, it suddenly stops, and Sharea will look at the Prince of Frost and put a very tenuous hand on just like his knee as he sits on the stairs and says, "Do just one thing for me. Just move on. I spent my time with the Raven Queen take from me what you want, but move on. And he sort of, well, I'll say, is there anything wants to say as the Prince of Frost is sort of here in this moment? No?
I think I definitely am not gonna let him kill her. I mean,
Oh, I will.
I know you will. You've been fucking loving it every second of this fucking torture.
He'll look at the Sisters of Lament, who are just like they're sort of sobbing and weeping, and I think they have mixed opinion. I think you'd see that throughout this, the two of them have had mixed opinions. One is like, I hate her, kill her, I hate her, and like one just hates her and just wants to see her in pain and just wants her suffering for her own, and the other one is just like happy to see her sister again and is sad for her position. So there's compassion on one side and bitter hate on the other, and the Prince of Frost is, you can tell he's a little caught in the middle of that as he sort of like looks at her. You don't know which way he's gonna go. I'm just gonna roll dice. I'm gonna let the dice decide which way the Prince of Frost is gonna go with that.
I think at this point I'll tap Tamlin on the shoulder and just whisper, "Is this what you expected to happen? Is this what you wanted? Are all of this?"
So Tamlin, before when you saw him back at the court, is kind of like a fun, like jolly, kind of preppy, but like frat boy kind of guy. But now when he turns and looks at you, there's a very different look on his face. His eyes have gone kind of dark, and he's very serious looking, and his face is kind of hollowed. And he just says, "Not yet."
And I think as Tamlin says that, he looks at her as the tears are streaking down his face, and dropping to the ground. I think he says, "I will. Thank you, Sharea." And he will put his hands around her throat and start tensing his fingers, and she starts to kind of like push and scrape as like the natural instinct to panic and survive starts to take over her. And he's just kind of got her, and she's a little wild in her hands, and then he sort of gets on top of her and just holds her down, kind of.
Can I walk up and like try to put my hand on his shoulder and be like, "Are you sure you want to do that?"
You put your hand
after
on his
all we
shoulder?
talked about.
So you put your hand on his shoulder. He's got her there. Make a. Okay, you say that. Does anybody else have anything they want to contribute?
I'll just back Trixie up.
Okay. You're just sort of there.
Like,
you're standing there in the back going like, "Come on, you're better than that, man." Like,
come on, man.
Come on, man.
Nithroel, like, she's been like held back like this whole time. Like, she's like ready to like fucking vaporize this motherfucker for doing what he's doing to another woman.
Yeah.
But she also understands that, you know, closure has to be made, but closure might have already been made. Like, she's kind of like waiting on something that shows that he's about to kill her.
That's why Trixie's
this
getting
is
closer, because she's
well,
gonna do something
and that's the
if he
thing
doesn't
too.
stop.
That, like, you don't know if he's gonna stop or not. Like,
Let
maybe
me
he'll
kind of-
decide that this isn't worth it. Maybe he will, and that's who knows.
I'd
Yeah,
like to kind of
Trixie's
get in between the group and the prince and like hold out like my arm or my sword, my shield, like as you know, and make myself as big as possible to kind of separate and be like,
Okay.
"Let him finish."
All right, Trixie, you start making your way over there. Tamlin interposes himself and says, "Let him finish." Sir.
Trixie, no, get out of my way.
Okay. Tamlin, you let Trixie by?
No.
No. What happens now?
Okay.
So you're like, Trixie, you're like, "Let me by," and he says, "No."
Vivian's just gonna misty step to the other side of him.
Okay. Horlick, you said something you wanted to do?
Yeah. Let me find it. I had it there. No, it wasn't that one. Sorry, carry on with Vivian.
Okay. Vivian appears on the other side. Yes, Nithroel.
Nithroel, like as he's continuing to fucking do it, and she's like fucking shaking on the floor and shit. She's going to like start like crying and just scream out like, "Let her go! Let her go!"
Okay, it gets absolutely. Vivian, you
I'm-
teleport to the other side. Is there any... Oh, Trixie, yeah, let's hit you.
I'm going to cast Hold Person on Tamlin, the Prince of Frost, and the Sisters of Lament.
Okay. Let's get some wisdom saves. What's your DC?
22. Wisdom.
Whew! Youch! That's really high. Hey. Prince of Frost saves.
Of course.
Yeah, he's a big bad arc fae. One of the Sister Lament fail. I'm gonna say that the one that I'll just roll for it. Yes, the one that was sort of like calling for her blood is frozen. The one who is like, I think is probably doing something similar to what Nithroel's doing. She's like, no, stop this, stop. She doesn't do anything, but she's like holding her head. She's like, no, wait, don't do this, please no. She's bears through. Tamlin.
I saved the 23.
Okay.
So now, when it's my turn, I will banish Trixie.
Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead and make a charisma save, Trixie.
What a game to come into, Horlick.
I know.
Yeah.
It's great, eh?
Nope. I'm gone.
Trixie, you vanish. I don't know how concentrating on spells works across planes. I have to imagine that I have no idea. Let me look on the internet real quick.
Well,
not that it matters too much. It's only the one there. Can you?
I mean,
oh, right. When you banish, you're considered incapacitated. You can't concentrate on spells while incapacitated.
Right.
So the whole person goes out. Vivian, what you pop to the other side? You're behind the Prince of Frost, who is just on top of Sharea with his hands around her throat. What do you do?
All I'm going to say to him is, are you certain you would offer her a quick death after your years of torment? Just be certain you can only do it once.
He's in the middle of like some soup. This is like the ex that like faked a pregnancy on you or like stole your kids or like in this moment, this is who he's got in his hands. And there's a part of him who wants this nothing more in the entire world. So you say this very gently. Vivian, you say, are you sure? He turns back to you and he says, "Fuck on. This is my moment." Then he turns back down to her, like grips harder.
I wish that he would let go and stop. And I cast Wish.
The fucking Feywild rumbles with power as the bearings of Wish are brought forward. I will. What you said, I wish he would let go and stop.
Yes.
Okay, I'll ask you, because this is your spell. I'll ask you, do you intend to use this, like, how would you like to use the spell? Would you like to use it as, like, the best spell replacement for, because you can use it to cast a lower level spell. So do you want to use it to, like, cast Suggestion, for example? Or would you like to use the secondary function that allows you to be more, that it's like, there's no save, it just does what you want to the best of its ability?
I honestly think that was an emotionful casting of Wish. So I think whatever happens, happens.
Okay, I'm going to say then that this isn't a specific casting of a lower level spell. This is I wish he would let go, or he would stop and let go, which is not, I wish to suggest to him that he should blah, 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 which is like casting a lower level spell for it. So, this is pretty cool. We need to do some things here real quick.
He's gonna let go and then be petrified.
Hopefully, the spell thinks, okay, I'll make him let go of his negative
Let
emotions.
go emotionally. That's
All right,
Yeah.
all
No,
of
that's
you
what I
stop.
thought.
All of you stop. All of you
That's
stop.
possible. That's
It
fucking
is.
possible.
It is. It is. But for you, my friend, as this power reverberates and you feel the weave of magic sort of hook onto you, like you could almost feel like a million tiny, not painfully, but like you could feel the strains of the weave of magic tug on you from like every direction as if you didn't know it until this moment, but you are connected by a billion strings, and they all tug at you, and you have this feeling as if magic is pulled from your very body. You are going to take a d10 of necrotic damage per level of spell cast until your next long rest. So you suddenly feel overwhelmed by this. You see Nithroel's body begins to wither intensely to the point where you drop to the floor. Your strength is now 3. There's a good chance you can't carry the clothing on your back. And that will last for a number of days that you don't know about.
Wait, I'm sorry. Why did that happen?
We'll get to that. I'll tell you in a second.
I know why.
The last thing I need you... We're going to roll this later, because this is a tough one. This last roll is a tough one. We're going to roll it afterwards. So you say, stop and let go. Now, how I think of wish, to be very clear, I like to give people when things are ambiguous, I like to give them understanding my thought process so they understand where I'm coming from. So wish basically says that it takes the words you say and it can, depending on how much you're asking for, it might twist them to do things in ways you wouldn't expect. And my thought on this is that wish is always, above all, is going to try and use the minimum amount of power. So if you say, for example, I wish the gods didn't exist, it is far easier for the spell to transport you through time to a time where there were no gods. Because that's moving one mortal through time over destroying countless gods. That is much easier to do. So that is my thought process. It'll always try and do what is the easiest use of magic up to the 9th level. You say, let go, and stop and let go.
I wish he would stop and let go.
I wish he would stop and let go.
Very emotionally.
Emotionally, yes.
And you're not
Just explode his
using...
hands.
The easiest way to do that would be...
It's easiest to
and we're
get
not
rid of
using,
his emotions. I don't know.
We're not using that spell. Everyone's saying it, and the thing is that he is in this moment where his emotions are caught by a small string in which way it ought to go, you know? It is a tenuous string. Yeah, he's in this place. He's in this place of closure right now, and he's trying to figure out. He's trying to get there. He's trying to finish the job and get to closure. And in this moment, it seems that wrath is what he thinks is the best way to get there. But in this moment, I think it would be easier to play on that emotion than it would be to try and hide it away, to try and repress the emotion of an Archfey as opposed to just nudge it in the direction it needs to go. It takes less power to do that, to nudge it towards closure than to force down all of that wrath he's feeling right now. So you say this, and all of you feel through your various connections to magic, you can feel the ley lines of magic around you as they begin to reverberate with what would be a god level power of magic from Nithroel, and they channel all at the Prince of Frost. And he stops, and he almost like stops. He's still got his hands on his throat, but he sort of stops and just kind of starts like hyperventilating, and then he just kind of like lets go of her, and she like breathes in air, and he sort of like, you know, he's on top of her, but he sort of like leans back and puts his arms like to the cold floor at his side, and he kind of looks up and just lets out this menacing scream that reverberates the castle, cracks up the side of the walls, spires begin to fall from the ceiling as he lets out this one final roaring scream. And you see out of his mouth, as he lets out this roar, out of his mouth, out of his eyes, you see like beams of like liquid nitrogen, of Arctic air, of frost, of cold, of even so much as to go chunks of ice just pour out and sort of lash along the wall, like Cyclops taking his visor off in X-Men and the power that it wields. Just doing that and shattering the side of the wall. I'd like the whole party to make dexterity saving throws to avoid the debris.
Do I sense danger?
You do indeed sense danger.
This seems dangerous.
It seems a little dangerous right now. Yeah.
18.
18.
11.
21.
21.
18.
18.
Hamlin, you're muted.
Sorry, dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Everyone who rolled above a 20, which I think was only like one person, I'm pretty sure, in this moment. So my nat 20 person is going to avoid the ice. The ice is not going to hurt you. That is piercing damage, and that's going to be... I'll just roll these. 18. That is going to be 25 points of piercing damage as just icicles spire down from the ceiling.
Is it
and there's
regular piercing?
You'll be fine, Brock. Yeah, they shatter across your flesh. Yeah. What did you roll in your dexterity saving throw, Brock?
18.
18. Yeah, you tried to get out of the way, but you couldn't. But there is psychic damage that goes with this too, as you guys feel his pain being released. 10, 16. That's... And that's... As you all feel the waves of grief and pain being released from them, you're all going to take 74 points of psychic damage.
Trixie comes
That's a
back.
lot of trauma he's releasing in this moment. Vivian, yeah? You're muted. Can't hear you.
Will I take half that resistance?
Yes. Your connection to the dreamscape will allow you to siphon some of that.
74?
I am almost dead. If I wasn't
Trixie
already
comes
dead
back
already.
just after all of that, I'm guessing.
Yeah. Hey guys, what's going on? What did I miss? But as he screams that out, all of that cold and frosted energy swirls around. And as it does so, Brock, you're gonna feel all of that ice is channeling around you. It threatens to bury you. And indeed, so all of you are some of you are like lanced, and any of you took piercing damage. Like you got icicle like in your chest or in your arm or whatever. You have been speared by these things, and they're in your body. Brock, you're fucking buried. You're not harmed, but you're buried. And as you're in there, Brock, you feel frigidly cold past your fur, like you never have. And then it goes cool. And you guys are like, where's Brock? And there's a bear paw that sort of emerges out, and you see in sort of a glowing bluish hue standing up tall, you see Brock layered with icy glacial plates across his body, and he is bearing the most magnificent icy armor you have ever seen attached to a werebear body before, as he has obtained the plate of the plate of glacial winter, I believe.
Dude,
the
it's
item is
golden
called.
compass polar bears and shit. Holy fuck.
As
I don't
soon
even-
as that happens, Vivian sends ascending to Zybilna. Mission accomplished.
You hear back, nice. Something like that.
Nice.
But yes, the plates of glacial winter, Brock, you may add that to your inventory. You are now the bearer of the harmony of winter.
Oh, wow. Good golly.
Good golly gee whiz.
Let's see what this puppy can do.
So after that happens, and I'm taking it now that I'll look at Tamlin and say, "Are we done here? Does he now need to survive, or are we good?"
He's gone. He, in his screaming and in his anger and in his release of emotion, his
Right,
body
okay.
just like almost, I don't want to say exploded, but it just like almost concaved on itself and like evaporated into like an icy
okay.
steam with the actual realm, and he just
I'm sorry, I didn't get that bit.
exploded for all intents and
He
purposes.
shriveled up and flew around the room like an old balloon.
A little bit.
Yeah, I think we're good.
So, back to Prismere?
Back to
Excellent.
Prismere.
Back to Prismere.
Nithroel is just like laying there, fucking ice stabbing her in the fucking side,
Roll me a
unable to move.
D100.
Yeah, she's
This
literally
is-
just laying there, like
Now,
inches
I
from
want
death.
to, before you roll it, I want everyone to understand the relevance of what Nithroel is rolling right now. She has a 33% chance that she will never be able to cast the wish spell ever again. So go ahead, roll a D100. If you roll 33 or lower, that's that. If you roll above, wish is still at your command.
D100.
D100.
I feel like there should be some prep or something, like some words. Oh man. All right.
I've waited all my life to cast the spell.
A second time.
Okay.
But you cast it the real way. Like,
Yeah.
not the
This is the
simulate
first
way,
time.
but this
Yeah.
is a real wish right there.
All right. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
I'm not.
I believe in you.
1 in 3 chance. No.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, now you're ready.
Now you're ready.
56.
You still have the command of the wish spell.
Woo!
That's scary as hell. I don't like that at all.
Oh.
All right. But your
need a
strength
drink.
has dropped to 3. If you cast another spell today, you will take necrotic damage from it.
I could cast another spell right now and I would die. The
Yeah.
way my health is, like
Really? Yeah. You got that?
I have 5 HP right now.
Vivian
Yikes.
will go
At
over
this-
to Nithroel and pour a healing potion. I think she has 1.
Yeah, and she looks like
Yeah.
she's looking like withered right now. She's like damaged from the psychic, like ice shards are like in her and stuff. Like she's just laying against the fountain. Like
Yeah, none of you have ever, and to be clear, the psychic damage wasn't just like, oh, psychic damage. This was 1,000 years of pain you experienced in this
Right.
moment. That's why it was so much damage. 1,000 years of heartbreak and despair.
Well, when you say it
1,000
like
years.
that, 74 isn't that bad.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it could have been worse.
It was as if Brandon Lee grabbed me by the face on the top of a church.
Yeah, exactly.
It's okay, Nithroel.
Um,
I'll get us back. You can just rest.
What about her? And
Seeing that,
all of
sorry, gone.
Trixie, can I get a heal?
oh wait, what?
What was that, Vivian?
Trixie, can we get a heal?
She's
Nithroel doesn't
well,
look-
actually, in this moment, Trixie, you pop in at this moment, as I imagine the concentration's down at this point.
Yeah,
who-
definitely.
Yeah, so Trixie, you just in this moment, and suddenly the whole room is collapsing. Your friends are filled with icicle spears. The Prince of Frost is gone. Sharea's like heaving on the ground. The Eladrins are going like screaming at the top of their lungs and like running around in circles. Basically, the Sisters of Lament are crying their eyes out. The party is Brock's got cool armor. What do you do?
the snow's like stuck to me.
Well, apparently things do not go well when I'm not here.
For maybe a minute. Maybe a minute you were gone.
I was
Yeah,
gone
not
for
e-
like
not
12
even.
seconds. And look what happened.
Yeah, 2
I'll
rounds.
just walk
2 rounds.
around healing
I
everyone
mean,
up a bit. I'll just
Frosty did blow up.
More debris looks like it's going to be calming down any moment now. This place is falling apart.
We should go.
We should
yeah,
go.
let's everybody gather around.
So I'll
Anybody
pick
that
up
wants to come with
Nithroel
us?
if she's
Okay.
unable to move.
Sharea, you want to come? We're leaving.
Shreya's just on the ground, just crying. Been a big day
Oh.
for
Leave her
her.
with her sisters.
Yeah, I'll pick up Sharea. Just like,
Throw her over your shoulder.
yeah.
Can I still walk with 3 strength?
Are you
We'll just
over-encumbered?
We'll just go to you. It's
I
fine.
don't think so.
Well,
How are you?
Okay.
You're probably good. You're probably able to walk. It's fine. We'll just say you're walking falteringly in this moment.
Okay. Cool.
and we'll plane shift to the Feywild.
All right, you take out your thing, and just as the final rock falls, Trixie brings it forth, speaks a druidic word to the open air, and you all vanish from this plane from this plane. You have leveled up. You have found the third of 4 harmonies, which means, Brock, guess what, buddy? We get to determine what your benefits and detriments are from wearing the armor.
Yeah, my 2 minor beneficial, 1 major, and 1 minor detrimental.
That's right.
That's
right.
Yeah.
So let's do that now. Let's do it now. All right. We're going to start with the 2 minors. Roll me a D100.
Oh, I am over encumbered.
You're like, I can't stand up. It's fine. They still teleport you.
Please. Don't.
All right, this is for the
Minor
2?
beneficial property. Yeah.
Okay, that is 30.
You are. All right, sure. Apparently you're immune to disease now. There is no disease that can survive in the cold that surrounds you.
Yes, of course.
That's definitely a wintry thing, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I just think I've always been like that. I just have a really good immune system.
Yeah, honestly.
I just never get sick and like haven't noticed it.
Yeah.
You're Bruce Willis in Unbreakable.
87.
87. Okay, this one's fun. You obtain let's see, cast this wrong. That's cool. So you know how Dragon Breath, when it's used, you roll a d6 to see if it recharges?
Yeah.
You get the use of a 3rd level spell of my choosing that will function as such, where basically you have the ability to cast it, and after you cast it, you roll a d6, and if you roll
A 5
1
or
to
a
5,
6?
you can't cast it. You can't cast
just
it
a
till
6.
dawn.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
only the 6 to get it back, but you get it back at dawn, which I will pick at some point here. But it's a 3rd level spell, and it's going to be a chilly one. But I'll pick it later. So what was that number? Just so I've got it marked down. That was
87.
87. Excellent. Okay, so now let's go ahead and pick your. What was it?
Detriments.
Yeah,
2
I got my
detriments.
major beneficial and minor detriment.
That's right. That's right. Glacial winter. Your major benefit. Go ahead and roll it.
Ooh. Uh, 10.
Oh, I think you're gonna like this. While attuned to the artifact, one of your ability scores, DM's choice, increases to 2 for a maximum of 24. I think it would make sense that be Constitution, considering this is armor up.
I could use that.
All right, so you are going to have one, and I will, tell you about these later. And lastly, let's take on your 2 detriments, your minor detriment.
Is it 2?
Yes, 2.
Oh. Okay.
Oh, sorry, 1. My apologies.
Better say, I'm pretty sure.
No, it's 1. You're right. My bad.
Sorry. I'll do it though.
Yeah.
All right, 33.
33. While attuned to this artifact, all holy water within 10 feet of you is destroyed.
Shit.
Perfect.
You're the Antichrist now.
Hey, I'm
I'm
all
gonna say
set
it
up for the.
freezes. I'm gonna say it
set-
freezes.
It freezes. For that'll really come in handy for our tube arc.
I'll say it like freezes eternally or something. Like it does. It's destroyed, but it's like it freezes.
It's like permafrost or some shit.
What's the range?
10 feet.
Okay, 10 feet.
Okay, but when this is all over, hear me out. Craft cocktails with ice that never melts.
Ooh, slushies.
Craft cocktails.
Nice.
Ice never melts.
We need to find a priest.
Aaron gets it.
He spends an hour making it. Oh, it is it. Oh, I can tell be simple. And after like an hour and however much silver, you're immediately like, boop, and freeze. He's like, what the fuck? You asshole. You know how long that took to make? I've got one other feature I forgot to add to. Oh, you know what, Brock? Yeah, I'll leave it in your hands. So I was going to give this as part of the armor. I forgot to wrote it down, but I think it makes sense this way. I'll leave it to you. Would you like your major benefit to be the bonus to con or the ability to spellcast while raging?
Oh, that.
Okay.
Yeah. That's enormous.
Huge. That's fucking.
That is enormous.
Huge.
That is enormous. But you got a little half caster. You got a little sorcerer in you, and I think it was due time we opened up the playing field for you.
That changes everything.
Yeah.
Everything
that's
I've
what
ever wanted in a barbarian.
That's what we want. Don't worry. I got you.
Oh, where?
Don't worry, it's coming.
Hell yeah, I'm all for it.
And with that, you have rescued the prisoner that you lured into almost certain death, and to the death of her lover. You've retrieved the armor, the Harmony of Winter. Actually, you know what? Quite fun, I think, Brock. You see all this ice falling on your friends. Would you want the ice to not fall on your friends instead?
Yeah, let's have the ice not fall on my friends.
As it's beginning to fall, and Brock looks up at it, it just turns into like a thin layer of snow that just kind of sort of like lands on all of you, all of the ice that's crumbling and landing on you, and it just buys Trixie that last moment she needed to like get the thing up. And in Brock's presence, no snow nor winter would harm you, as he is command of the Winter Fae.
Does the snow that
That's
was in
very
my plane
cool.
shift also come with us, and it's just like a ring of snow with us?
Yeah, you guys are gonna fully like land back at the palace, and you're gonna all be like covered in snow and ice, and you're like, and oh yeah, full of ice. And that'll be that. That's the session, folks. That's the session.
Did you say that we leveled up?
I did say that we leveled up. We leveled up.
Level 18.
Nice. You know what that means? My auras expand to 30 feet.
Hey, welcome to the Feywild game. It's actually a really good session to come in on.
A little crazy around here, just a little bit.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
Good.
I don't mind that.
I'm
Epic.
gonna live forever now, guys.
Yeah.
For a really, really long time now.
I'll say just write that. Write it down somewhere. Right, that's what I've done with everybody else. Just write.
Oh
down
yeah, I
the
wrote
speeches.
everything down. Immune to disease, a 3rd level spell of your choice with a D6 recall.
I'm picking your spell right now. Yeah.
Spellcast while raging and destroy all holy water within 10 feet.
We better fucking level up after
That's
I
such a
almost risked
funny
my fucking
detriment.
wish spell.
That is a funny detriment, right? It just freezes all holy water specifically. Regular water, wine, whatever is fine. If it's got any holy shit in it, freeze it.
If a priest was anywhere near this water, no, get it out of here.
Get it out of here. Fuck the gods. I'm trying not to give you Sleet Storm because it's such a whatever spell.
Yeah, it really is mid.
It's fairly mid. It's good, but it's
Situational.
it could be better.
So you get Ice Knife at 3rd level every time.
Yeah.
Shit, we're level 8.
Ooh,
Just
you know what I
cast
think would be
Vilna
good for
if she has a
you,
shit
Brock?
ton of diamonds. And
What are you
then I can
thinking?
just bring that guy back.
What if it was conjure animals and you get to summon like Arctic beasts,
No.
like snow bear, like polar bears and shit.
Oh
Your
wow,
brethren.
that is.
Then you could summon beasts. I can summon beasts. We can just have like a whole little horde.
Yeah, we
of
can have
beasts.
like a whole separate like initiative order just for the summons that you guys have.
Do you really
Yeah.
want to do that to yourself,
Yeah.
Ryan?
Yeah, I do. I really do. Let's
I'll
call it
summon my
fun.
winter beasts. I'll call in my Valhalla warriors. We'll get
Oh
a
my
party
God.
out here.
Yeah.
I'll summon demons and shit. Like it'll be great.
Yep.
I
We'll
won't
call it-
even like summon the really strong things. I'll summon like the really dinky things. So there's like 20 of
hundreds
them.
Yeah, yeah. So that Ryan
like-
has to keep track of every
Yeah. Yeah.
single
For some reason, the enemy
one.
just surrenders. He just realizes the battle is just not worth the time it's going to take to end it. So this is just
This
too
battle
much.
involves
This
too
is
much thinking. I
this
give
is
up.
too much.
So how does this spell mastery feature work?
Oh, I think that means you just pick some spells and they're just like they're your specialities and
Without Yeah, cast those spells at their lowest level without expending a spell slot.
Yep.
Ooh.
Wish. No, I'm kidding. You can't do that. So
I
Bill can, but
can.
you can't. You can? Well, it almost killed you to do it the first.
That doesn't mean I can't do it again.
But did
So
I
you're saying I
die?
have another chance?
You're saying I got a chance. Oh, and that's cool. Is that by studying you can change your signature spells? That's cool too.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty dope. So any like one first level and a second level. It's pretty good.
Yeah, choose your first and a second.
That means I can cast any of
Misty Step
the
at will.
Misty Step at will. I could cast Mirror Image at will, Invisibility at will.
Silvery Barbs. You only get one first, 1 second.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So
Got
the
some
second
choices to make,
one's-
folks. You got some cool this is a pretty cool level. 18th is a pretty decent level. We're getting there, man. We're getting close. We just gotta pick up that summary one. And then we gotta go to war.
Holy shit.
Holy shit, fuck.
So how many days am I down for?
I know the number, don't worry about it.
Wow.
Damn,
So-
poor Sir
so fun.
Alistair. He definitely just like was there one day and saw a pretty girl and got fucked.
Yeah. Was it
over.
really only like a couple days for them?
For Alistair, it was like he was like just being a knight, and this hot babe showed up, and that's fair. You know, you're out there looking. You know,
Yeah.
Happens to all of us.
It
This
happens
is
to all
how-
of us. You
right,
find a
this is
hot
how it
lady, and
happens,
she ends
yeah.
up being.
And then they fuck you over.
And then they
You get your
fuck
throat slit by a vampire. Like tale as old as
Yeah.
time.
Tale as old as
Yeah,
time.
the ex just happened to be a fucking vampire. Go figure.
Yeah, her ex was a vampire of icy despair, an archfey of icy despair, and
Who would have known?
he's like,
Who would've
"Wait,
known?
we're just going on a little trip, honey. What do you mean? What do you mean a trip? What are you talking about? Yeah, we're just gonna go on a little trip. It's fine. Okay, sure, whatever you say.
We're gonna
I
go
didn't
see
just-
my ex. What?
What do you mean we're going on a little trip through time? It's been 1,000 years. Everyone I know is dead.
So did they spend like living moments together, like wherever they were? They were just like
No, he
frozen
said he was in
the
battle
future?
3 days ago.
Yeah.
So
He-
like
the last thing that's a lot basic because that's think about it. You travel through time, right? You're not hanging out. That's not traveling through time. That's living in I don't know, like a different
No,
dimension, I guess.
I'm saying like when they were traveling through time.
Yeah.
Or were they just in the middle point between 2 points? You know what
No,
I mean?
when the Raven Queen shunted them into the future, it was instantaneous in their
Okay,
perspective.
So this future is where they went to. So it was like a
Yes.
second for them. Oh, that kind of blows.
That sucks.
That kind of blows.
The idea was that they would escape the Summer Prince and the story is that Sharea believed that by doing this she would give the Summer Prince time to get over her. and move on so that she could be happy with her knight and that he would forget about the whole thing. But she underestimated how much he loved her.
Mm.
And
Well,
it did what it did to him, and he became
Also-
eternally awful.
Also, did I just like kill an Arcfey? Did I
Yes,
just
you did.
You don't know what happened to him. Maybe he did die, maybe not. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. Maybe.
Probably
Killed
got
him with
reborn
kindness.
But he's
as
not
his
feeling
son?
frosty anymore because Brock's got it now.
Yeah.
That's true. The armor is not tied to the Prince of Frost anymore. It's tied to Brock.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, when they're in their material forms, they're not necessarily anchored to a being of, like, that's not to say Brock is now the most sad boy of all the universe. But Brock just is the one that the armor moved toward. And
That's a shame because I really like Noir slash not caring Brock.
He
That was
he
a
may
really good
make a
arc.
return.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Noir Brock Noir was awesome.
Yeah.
Brock Noir was pretty. I wouldn't even call him Brock Noir. I call him Brock Grunge.
This city is
Grunge Brock.
filthy.
City's filth. Fucking hate it here. Just fucking moshing.
Oh boy.
Everybody,
And
especially
way to go,
love.
Tam Lin, for like wanting to be all about the like. Doesn't it? That
That's
was
a good point.
impressive.
That's a good point. Tamlin,
That fucker
I
went
believe you
full
still have
evil.
some spells that need transitioning, yeah?
I do, yeah.
You may turn one back as you stood in the way of your own party in the name of vengeance. You may turn one of those spells back to what they were originally meant to be.
I have one left. Okay.
Yep. The road to redemption is paved with bad intentions.
And apparently
Something like that.
tonight you were bad enough.
Yeah. Now to get that last one, all you have to do is kill somebody in vengeance.
Yeah.
You took my breakfast? Oh,
my sandwich.
you motherfucker.
I wanted orange juice. You swine!
I said no pulp. Ugh.
No wire hangers.
The fuck? Oh man.
All right, I need to get out of here. It was fun playing with you guys.
Have a good night, Brock.